Welcome home, gamer. I'm back to Mechabellum, where we are matched up against Sledge Hamster at 1832. Our first match of a day. Hope you all are having a wonderful weekend. I know I am. I have plans with Kiddo later, so it's going to be a shorter stream today. We're just going to do the tournament and basically little else, I think. What do we got here? We could try an elite version of stuff. Bring you guys up from deep. And end deploy. Hopefully, opponent here is also trying to get a halfway decent warm-up match in for the tournament. We should be shoutcasting it, but I haven't decided if I'm going to enter or not. So maybe we might put a poll up once there's a couple of people in. Sorry for not hitting the button there, buddy. I'm gonna get us both into this tournament quickly. Level 2 crawlers having a good day over there. They've been my gold damage dealer. But the Sledge Hamster gets the round 1 win. It's just a 50-80. Get some chaff. That's handy. Needs some level 1 chaff in front of the right side attack here. I think it'll just be a those two. Call it good. See what he's doing. He's adding Phoenix. It's not like we don't already have upshoots, sir. We might sell this guy to accelerate things in a moment. You're adding a deep sledge. This is odd, Sledge Hamster. I'm confused. I had a really good day yesterday. I went something like 11 wins and 4 losses to a finish at 1771. Pretty wild, really. Don't normally have days that good. We've got crawlers still chewing on that thing out there. They eventually got it. Barely. But Sledge Hamster wins round 2. 44-20. Okay. I like supplies. That's early enough that I'm not necessarily gonna need the... We'll increase our DPS from the Mustangs and go get some stuff done. It also changes breakpoints on crawlers, 275 versus 263. Unless Sledge Hamster clicks defense enhancement, then they'll get back. That should really help these sledges, at least for a round. And opponent adding the level 1 Phoenix on that left side. We've basically just gone for improving the left-hand side. That's an equation for sure. How are you, Nightballer? Hound's doing one-shotting crawlers makes a big difference. And our left side is going to win. Unfortunately, they're going to lose the near side tower, and that slows crawlers. They die. They don't take the power over there. Oh, that was pretty rough. We might need to just level this near side tower, because I can't afford to keep losing it. We just range the Mustangs, get them in touch earlier. You have quietly had a really good day. Let's give you a level. You can be level 3 crawler that's causing trouble. Okay, yeah, you're gonna missile something out. Bring in the scorpions. Left side scorpion died so quickly. Like, it literally killed like 2 hounds or something. About all it achieved. Right side scorpion did better, but even so, it also goes down. Middle scorpion of a group of 3 here. Tournament registration is open. Or tourney reg is open. Take outside tower. We'll take the Phoenix while we can. And eventually, it's a win for Sledge Hamster. Good, good, good. Ooh, orbital. Missile strike. Which one do I prefer here? That's probably orbital over all this junk. Not really what I want over there, but you know, have to do, I guess. Yeah, 13 minutes or so left to that tourney. Orbital bombardment's done pretty good work for us. Pretty good work for him too. The shield was too far back. So too many of our Mustangs were out in front. I think he's armored the sledges. Yes, he has. So armored sledge is going to close that out for now. Still not a huge win for him. 12 minutes to tourney. We're gonna skip. Yoink you. Take our forts and start this whole party. Let's start the fort party, shall we? Maybe this is a good turn to start loaning. Zone temp range, see what all happens. So, hold on, sir. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? The crawlers are going to run out this way, so they're not going to be in it. The Mustangs will start shooting, so only half the pack are going to be there. Some of the hounds probably aren't fast enough to get there. Yeah, it's an interesting pull, but he completely messed up his own missile. What is that about? Left side fort does handle the sledges over there. He placed the missile before the pull, but like, that's just painful. All right, we kind of stabilized a little bit. Not much. Not greatly, I would say. And we get what I was hoping for, which is a thing to sell to cover our investments. Yeah, we don't have the Phoenix that we need. I've played this one too slow, went too heavy into the force. Well, I mean, even the level 3 Mustangs aren't going to bring that guy down. So, I think that is game. He should win. He should do more than 970 on this round. One would assume. Anything other than the assuming anything other than the Wraiths manages to survive. Uninspired. Uninspired performance from Street. Well, I think just GG. I think you might have played well. I did not. But thank you. Minus 17 puts us at 1754. So Right, tournament. Tournament is in 7 minutes, gang. 7 minutes out. I'm going to put up a quick poll whether you guys want to see Emerok play or cast this tourney. Hola, Zach. How you doing? Welcome in. So, quick poll is up. You got about 5 minutes to vote on that one. Good. I'm glad to hear you're doing well, man. So, doing 11-4 yesterday brought us up to a winning record for the season, and solid plus 100 and something from where we were, but yeah, it was good. It was very strong. But at the moment we've lost the one. Yeah, you've been liking this patch? Good. Me too. Me too. It suits my playstyle more than a bunch in the past have, so. Poll is neck and neck so far. You've got about 3 more minutes to vote. Hoping to pick up some MMR in tourney. Tourney's going to include Sacco? Sacco in a weekend tourney? Okay, I might have to just cancel the poll and say I'm going to cast, because that's exciting. That's exciting. Yeah, we'll just end the poll. I'll decide to cast there. You voted for me to play. I appreciate it. Larksmeister, subscribed for 3 months. Thank you very much. The patronage of you and others keeps us on the air. Love it. You went for cast this time. Thank you, Fab4. I mean, look, I'm looking at that as just a huge list of the 2,000 plus players, right? So where am I? I'm sitting down here. It's you know. Uh-oh, here comes Sacco. Exactly. Can't remember the last time he played a weekend tourney. Exactly. Should be amazing. All right, 3 minutes to go till our weekend tournament, week 122 European. The big name at the top of the list has not played a weekend tourney in forever. En Sacco, one of the all-time greats. Look at that MMR, almost 2,600. Obviously, not not likely to risk MMR by playing it out after if he loses any, but also not very likely to lose any. Should be amazing to see him. Really looking forward to it. I mean, it juices me up just to see that name in the list. Poochie and Rooster as well. A couple of notable. Getting the wrong. A couple of notable 201 players. So taking a quick look, we've got Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong up here. Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye and satisfy your love addiction are the three solid players up top. Who else do we have? Play Archer, Arctorius, Egophobic, of course. This late in the season, you definitely start getting some high MMRs. Kind of cool to see. Mondkind has dropped, apparently. Changed their mind about playing, perhaps. And we should hide the chat window here. We don't need any don't need spoilers from folks. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Number 1 seed, Ensako. Number 3 seed is Math is Might. Let's see who we want to take here. Fab 4, you've drawn the number 7 seed. That's a little bit rough. Eimer against Dorgon could be interesting. Toxin and Dionys. Fun Barrett players. Lord Clankariat against Narayan. Sledge Hamster, who just beat me in warm-ups. Well. What are we going to take here? I could take Arctorius against Bratwurst. Bratwurst is solid. Arctorius, apparently the 14th seed. Arctorius has a 2110 MMR coming into this. His alt is at 2250. Love it. Let's get some MMR into the regular, into the main account. Of course, just a reminder, we've got a short stream today. It is actually a bit of a celebration day for Kiddo and I. So we've got plans. Plans include some go-kart racing and some, well, we call them root beer floats. Should be delicious. Bratwurst and Arctorius, round 1 of our weekend tournament European number 122. Bratwurst, friend of the channel, of course. But near side blue, the definite underdog against Arctorius. Arctorius wearing the week 121 gold from the 2v2 tournament. 2v2 tournament champion with blood. They were a little bit disappointed because the number 1 seed team had a bug and weren't able to ready up for a match. So we got that bug reported. It's going to be amazing. It's been so long since I went go-karting. Exactly, Ragin. We're going to have so much fun. Looking forward to it. But I'm also looking forward to catching some Sacco in this tournament. So, no pressure, sir, but you have to win round 1. Amplify Specialist on the far side for Arctorius, who's coming out on the right-hand side. Goes ahead and puts the amp spec on the hounds. That does change breakpoints for hounds, so that at 300 hit points they now one-shot a crawler. And with if both sides have taken the 1 + 1 attack + 1 defense, they'll still be able to one-shot the crawler. So really, really strong place to put that triple amp core. Feels like this is kind of the default start for an amp core amplifying specialist. Bratwurst, the training specialist, just very, very solid interior formation with sledges as his kind of tank. He's got Void Eyes to do the single target damage, and Hounds deepest to be the late chaff clear, it looks like. He did level 1 Hound so that it gets to one-shot crawlers as well, but sort of has the level Hound on what you might start as thinking as the wrong side. It turns out that means they'll be engaged later and alive longer than the level 1 Hounds in front of them. Eventually, Arctorius will break through on that right-hand side, but by then, there are units headed towards the left side tower. Looks like we'll get kind of simultaneous tower takes. Not exactly. Is this timing going to work out? It works very nicely for Arctorius. His turrets were able to engage, but Bratwurst's rapid-fire cannon protects the left side tower and wins him round 1. Arctorius at 5367, Bratwurst at 5,000. On we go. Round 2, you've got mass-produced Phoenix. This is such a strong card. We've talked about it in previous tourney casts, but if you're new to the game, if you're learning the game, one of the things to know, yes, you're losing 30% attack and 30% hit points, but Phoenix, between Charged Shot and Elite Marksman, don't really care about the attack, the loss of attack, as much as you might. And you're getting 50% cost for 30% damage reduction. 50% cost for 70% of the unit. Yeah, that's fine. We don't care about the hit points because we don't usually get shot very much. So that doesn't matter as much. But the key thing is, if Arctorius wins a round, they are going to do full damage to opponent's health bar. So damage that is done to a health bar is normally take the level 1 cost of the unit, divide by the number of units in the pack. So each hound does 40. Each hound does 20, 100 divided by 5. Each sledge does 40, 200 divided by 5, right? Each Phoenix, normally, whether or not they are mass-produced, the Phoenix are going to do 200 divided by 2, so 100 each. So if Arctorius wins with all 3 Phoenix packs surviving, he would do a quick 600 damage to Bratwurst there. Bratwurst has also gone for the Phoenix, has one on the flank out here, coming for a quick tower take against an unprotected tower. Note that Arctorius is running range, launcher overload, shield, and jump drive. So kind of a close knife-fighting Phoenix that actually does take some loss of DPS due to the mass-produced Phoenix-ness. For Bratwurst, he's got range, charged shot, jump drive, and energy shield. So neither of these players playing the long range war, I'm just going to sit back and destroy everything from a mile out. Phoenix, despite losing the left side tower, Arctorius wins the round and does 217, apparently, damage to Bratwurst, leaving him at 4783. 5367 for Arctorius. You get a orbital bombardment for both sides. I'd like to see Arcturus is a little further out here, but maybe he's worried about hitting his own units. Just wants to pick these guys up on the approach. I like Bratwurst's positioning for that, though. Kind of using the where those hounds are as the center line. You could conceivably be just a little further up, and you're potentially missing these folks with your early shots. Bratwurst has unlocked Cell and sold one of the turrets. This is one of the kind of the key elements of 1.7 meta, right? Is when do you unlock Cell and start selling the turrets? When are they valuable to you, and when do they stop being valuable? So this one, as a little, good anti-small unit, was actually a decent flank screening protection over here. But of course, the anti-armor cannon is in the main fight. It's probably going to be the last one to get sold. For Arcturus, you could definitely sell this one. It's done nothing at all, right? If you'd sold this one, you'd have had plus 100, and with the orbital bombardment, very little, well, it contributed no value at all. Bratwurst wins round number 3. These players are neck and neck, 47.83 to 47.69. But just as a reminder, it is pretty kind of a mismatch. It's Arcturus, your 14th seed, and Bratwurst the 39th seed. Oh, you are correct. I have forgotten to put in a channel point prediction. So let's do that. Since we've been so late, I'm going to give you only a 2-minute prediction there. So Gamba is up, for those of you watching on Twitch. Game in front of us, Arcturus has added the fortress, so looking very Amarok-like. This is the Amarok comp for season 1.7 right now. It's Hounds, Mustangs, Fort, and Phoenix. Lost that last game because we never got the Phoenix out. Bratwurst takes a free fort and immediately goes anti-air barrage into... He's seeing 3 mass-produced Phoenix, and this is where you can kind of make the hit point loss matter, right? The anti-air barrage, 900 damage. These Phoenix are down at 994. And, yeah, you can get to a point where you're killing them pretty quickly. Arcturus has answered the outside Phoenix. Oh no, has not answered this outside Phoenix, it looks like. Bratwurst is going to get another tower take there, and, well, it's just a level 2 tower, so he's not really taking the tower, but Bratwurst winning on the near side. Electromagnetic impact for Arcturus. And also for Bratwurst. So dropping that on a key location now, of course, Arcturus is going to be able to turn off the EMP and the range. There hasn't been anywhere near as much commitment to techs from Arcturus, but he does commit to range on the hounds right now. Throws down a shield bubble to protect them. Buys 2 more hounds. Also picked up jump drive on the Phoenix. So 1 Phoenix comes back here to play defense in a Phoenix and Crawler versus Phoenix and Crawler. He's got one jump driven up into an aggressive position to take advantage of a weak tower. And where'd the third one go, sir? Oh, third one is flank attack. So jump drive Phoenix for Artorias. Suddenly, all the Phoenix are in different positions, looking to cause new problems. Also, he's got a shield up to protect against the electromagnetic impact, and Bratwurst does not. Is this sort of where this starts to tip for Artorias? Where just experience and... I mean, it's not that Bratwurst is inexperienced, just experience at the 2100 level versus experience at the 1800 level. Quick tower take. The one thing that can catch you by surprise there is the extra 5 speed that jump drive gives to a Phoenix. Really does make a difference for how quick they get in on that tower. And with the tower take, yeah, it's a level 2 fort anchoring the line for Bratwurst, but what's happened there, actually, the fort tanked so much of the chaff clear for Bratwurst, and it wound up with Artorias trying to clear chaff with a fort, and that did not work. Finally, the fort's anti-missile comes back on. So despite all that early tower take, Artorias gets an early tower, but the clever leveled up level 2 fort, thanks to the training, what do you call it? Intensive training. That worked well. Now a level 2. Did we just elite recruit? We did. We elite recruited a fort. We've given both forts range. Trying to get them. If you're gonna lock my chaff clear on the fort, we're also gonna lock our own forts on your fort. So everything should be targeted well this time. Bratwurst adds a level 1 fort to try and protect this tower with the anti-missile, but also cutting off the angle, right? Artorias has his jump drive on the Phoenix, so moving them around. Looks like we've sold the one that was down here in the flank, probably, and have these 2 remaining. Bratwurst is selling out of this one, and brings back in... Just has the singleton down here. So Artorias might have lost the last round, but he's created a situation where Bratwurst is more heavily invested on the left, and Artorias is more heavily invested over here on the right. Is he going to be able to win the head v head here? We get locks on the forts, maybe? No, not yet. By changing the range on his forts, Artorias exposed everything else to the chaff clear. The chaff has been cleared. The Void Eyes do the clearing. Bratwurst, your 39th seed, on the verge of a huge round 1 upset over Artorias, has ARP down to 1231. You've got your choice here. 3 level 3 Fangs, a free Overlord, which might also be the sell value. And yes, indeed, Artorias... No, Artorias is bringing it over here. It will tank an anti-air barrage. And I'd love to see him add a Phoenix to that side with the jump drive. All right, it does in fact do just that. Phoenix down on the backside. The Overlords to tank the fort. Meanwhile, Bratwurst commits to the Overlords. These are no party pieces. He's got 3 of them. They've got range. They should win the Fort v Fort head, or the Overlord v Overlord head to head due to having range. He's got a level 3 fortress with nano repair down there. Arcturus goes to Launcher Overload. So range Launcher Overload for his forts. Needed to clear the chaff clear first last round. If you saw those forts get stuck on other things. You saw how they were behind, so they didn't get, they weren't protecting hounds or mustangs. This round, they'll be behind the hounds but in front of the mustangs, and shooting every 0.9 seconds. It's just a ridiculously good tech to tab on the forts. I ran it for a long time. If you're running aggro fort like this, that is the place to make it work. And you can see it just how quickly he chews through a level 3 fort when he gets the lock. Boom, boom, boom. Bratwurst leveled this tower up to level 2, so the mass-produced Phoenix are just taking forever to try and whittle that down. By the time they've done so, it's just the Overlords and forts left. 1 Overlord down, 2 Overlords down, and that healing fort is going to tank this last Overlord for long enough that Arcturus is able to stabilize, wins the round, drops Bratwurst to 3563. Welcome in, moderator. How you doing today? Nuke for Arcturus. Well, we're nuking boats. It always hurts to see nuke come up when you've heavily invested in boat, because there's not much you can do to protect them. Woot would jump drive them to somewhere unexpected, and oh my goodness, it's a double, it's a triple spell round. Look at this, hold on. We've got orbital, we've got nuke, and we've got EMP from both sides. Holy smokes. Well, this will be exciting. Yeah, you better have a shield up. The thing is, this shield's going to go down really quickly, right? It tanks the EMP, and the EMP is going to hit one of the boats. The boats are going to try to mobile beacon out of the nuke, trying to get out of there. Arcturus has sold out of his boat, so went ahead and took the tower. Arcturus goes for the 3rd tech on the fort, so now he has barrier up. That will protect the hounds, right? The hounds will be fighting from in under the barrier for a long time. And the barriers at 40,000, or sorry, at 80,000 and 120,000 are going to shake off the electromagnetic impact a bit. Harp is also sold out of his air game entirely, except for the 1 Phoenix in the back corner. So it is, it's all on the Mustangs to bring down the boats now. The nukes miss the boats, so well played by Bratwurst there. Bratwurst winning the head-to-head with the nuke. He's beaten the regen fort. Bratwurst has upset your number 14 seed. Let's go, Bratwurst. That is a great start to what I am hoping will be a great tournament. Nothing like seeing somebody at the 1800 level beat the 2100 Arcturus just to start things off. Let's go. Of course, MMR gains and losses are accelerated in a tournament. So are combat power gains. So if you are trying to complete out your season goal, you've got a season goal in the combat power list. There's entering tournaments is one of the ways to do that. All right. We'll put up another match, but I'm going to go around the room first. Because I also want to take some notes real quick. Sacco, your number 1 seed, gets the dub over Q5. Looks like he was not forced to break a sweat there. Mathis Might is your number 3 seed. He had a pretty easy win over Probably Miss. And I mean, this is the thing, right? We don't expect the top players to be challenged in the first two rounds. It's not until round 3 that we really expect to start seeing them be challenged. Zhao Hong is your number 5 seed. He gets the win. Let's see, wins from Lightning Ghost Mizuno I, from Eimer, your number 9 seed. Reunity 1, don't recognize that name. Reunity 1. Play Archer in trouble against Not Sure. Dachshund, your 15th seed. Has a win. Chiba Gold from 17th. Captain from 19th. OnlyFangs, there's a name we haven't heard in a while as well. Kind of cool to see some of these names back. OnlyFangs will be the 21st seed, gets his win. Revolutio beat Salt Monkey. Salt says he's seeing a lot of tarantula. Oh, Andy gets the upset at number 11. They good call out, Cheese. Big upset for Reunity 1. Well done. Andy was 21-31 coming into this one. Reunity 1, your 42nd seed. So 2 of our top 15 already upset. See if we get any updates on the other matches. Play Archer and Not Sure are still close. Impertinent beat Rivruskende. So a river down early. Amos with the win. Park, our 24th seed. Let's go, Park. Often here in chat. Narian, the 22 seed, had a win. Where are the even seeds? Yes, they are. So you have the top half of the group. You're going to see 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Once we get to this kind of midpoint, 25, 28, 27, 26, now you're going to get the favorite even numbered seed at the bottom half. Once we get to the very bottom of the group, you'll see it's back to side by side. All right, Narian at 22. Sledgehamster beat Aura Dynamics. So Sledgehamster beats Amarok and then beats Baller, I believe. Wow. So 3 of our top 20 down. Sledgehamster on a tear. 2-game winning streak at least. Egophobic not able to knock off the 35 seed. 35 seed gets a win. What is that name? One moment. Translating. Chaos Warmaster. Ego upset indeed. So that is 4 of our top 20 already down. Illuminati returns service as usual with a win for the favorite. We saw Bratwurst beat Artorias. Shadoff with a win over Smill. Shadoff to 12 seed. Moody Quooty at your 10th seed. What? Is that where Mondkind went? We saw Montkind unregister. Is that where they came back at? AWM gets a pretty relatively solid win over Antarix. It looks like Satisfy. Is this one Satisfy or Lightning? One moment. Okay. Lightning Ghost Mizuno I with the win over Taika. And Rooster and Apucci both untroubled in their victories. So the top 10 all win. Top 10 all win as expected. We lose the 11, the 14, 18, and 20 in this round. Further on down, wins from 54th seed Gaz, 55th seed Alfred Nobel. Mandrid beat Ben Malls. Beelzebub with the win over Techie. Larksmeister beat former tournament winner Becca Mellum. Never take that away from Becca. And King Julin beat Dirty Carl. On the rest of the way, Silwick, Empty Ewok Love Shack, Mr. Suffer, Mumbo Jumbo, Dakota Dust, Online with Bobo, Orellen Koenig, Kalmar, Corrupt Cop, Irachi, Nom the Wise, Rats, not to be confused with Rat, Reco Harlem, Iboga, Minnick, Two Beers Below, Celador, Your Mom, Squeeze Nirvy, and Never Knows Best. The winners. Does that mean Play Archer went down? Play Archer did go down. So one more upset to add to the list. Now that match finishes out, not sure. Your 40th seed beats Play Archer. So 13th seed down. 11, 13, 14, 18, and 20 all go down. Top 10, of course, untouched. You've got Sacco, Apucci, Mathismite, Rooster, Xiao Hong, Lightning Ghost Mizuno I, Satisfy Your Love Addiction, AWM, Eimer, Moody, Shadoff, and Dachshund, your top 12. It was a 201 new alt. Ugh, unlucky ego. Round 2. Hughes Niruf Kiwi is going to be facing Sacco. That's a little rough on you, sir. Coming up as the 84th seed or something like that. 80, well, probably more like 100th seed. Having to come up that high up. That should be a slam dunk for Sacco. We'll look a little bit further down. Park facing Ewok Love Shack. Not sure was the 40th seed, right? Who beat Play Archer. Will be facing the 55th seed in Alfred Nobel. Bratwurst continues with a game against Demandrid. Bratwurst the 39 versus Demandrid the 57. Oh my goodness. This might be it. This might be the one. Mumbo Jumbo against OnlyFangs. I've missed seeing OnlyFangs. We'll get to see what OnlyFangs is up to right now. OnlyFangs, your 21st seed. Mumbo Jumbo, the 72nd seed. but of course, well known in the mecha community. Egophobic says his loss was to a 201 new alt. Egophobic played spiders. Opponent did boring standard Vulcan and Farseer. Welcome to round 2 of Weekend Tournament European number 122. Mumbo Jumbo, the number 72 seed. Near side in blue, OnlyFangs, long-time fan of OnlyFangs. A far side red, he's the number 21 seed. He'll take an Amplify Specialist. We'll see if he also winds up putting those on a Hound, or if they've got somewhere else to go. Assuming he just buys 2 Hounds and puts them on it. Mumbo Jumbo on the near side, a Sabertooth Specialist with starting Sabers. So 2 Sabers, 3 Arclights. You'd expect him to add Crawlers and come attack either tower. OnlyFangs is going to try and defend those towers. So setting up deep behind his fortifications, behind his turret. Doesn't add Hounds, prefers to add Arclight. So that's one of the changes this week, essentially. The patch changed. Of course, the biggest change is the hit points to Crawler from 277 down to 263. So a whole lot of things change with that. Mustangs are substantially better in terms of the way that they clear things. Hound breakpoints are now kind of fun in that you can play with defense enhancement or attack enhancement to change whether you're one-shotting Crawlers or not. At equal level. But other thing, Arclight got a bunch of extra hit points and 2 meters more of range. So used for a long time. Arclight was the one thing that had a range that didn't end in 5. It was 93 meters forever. It's one of those cute little quirks of the game. Now it's at 95 meters like everything else. Mumbo Jumbo is not coming out aggro, and didn't buy Crawlers, instead bought Fangs. So both players started out in a defensive formation, and as you can see with the timing arrival of the Fangs, Mumbo Jumbo gets his Sabers locked onto by OnlyFangs Sabers, and OnlyFangs went for a relatively unique strat, put the small amp core on the Sabers. So what did that do? That changed them from taking a initial shot of 7,800. We'll go check that in a moment, because you have extended range Phoenix deployment. Everybody's skipping. So initially they do 7,800, which is just enough to 2-shot opponent Sabertooth, or 1-shot them if you go double shot. The extra hit points made sure that OnlyFangs Sabers would survive and require 3 shots to be killed. So that he's going to kind of have a heads-to-head win. As long as he gets those engagements. Now, Mumbo Jumbo may or may not be thinking about that, but right now he's got to fix the target lock problem. So it's going to be a 3-crawler add, 1 behind each of the Sabers, and 1 even deeper. Going to make sure that they never get locked onto. OnlyFangs adding a Marksman. So cognizant of the fact that a lot of people will go with a round 2 Phoenix, especially into Sabertooth. And also just adding some chaff on the back line. One new Crawler. Mass recruits to get a second new Crawler. And they're in set quite a bit from where you used to see them. Just trying to make sure that they're lined up basically straight on the opposing Fangs, I guess. I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm looking at that. Ooh, you get the chaff clear war so tight on both sides, but Again, so OnlyFangs gets the positional advantage, gets the first lock on the Sabres, wins the round. 2 rounds in, Mumbo Jumbo already down to 3,300. So this looks like it should accelerate in OnlyFangs' way, unless something in OnlyFangs' direction should keep accelerating his way, unless something dramatic happens to change it. Mumbo Jumbo knows that, so OnlyFangs doubles down on winning the ground game by adding storms. Everything is kind of slow moving. I'll just land these storms on top of your fangs and other turrets, etc. Mumbo goes for 2 more sabers that are protected by the outside fangs and 2 wasps. There's no good answer to the wasps on OnlyFangs' board. He's got the marksman. And instead of going for a gospel flank, with Forgotten Arbiter having published the whole, hey, gospel giving you trouble, here's the heretic's guide, that seems to be decently answered at most levels, like people are answering it at about their level, at about the level their opponents are playing it. It's much less a 60% win rate now, and probably a lot closer to a, well, what do you say? Probably closer to a 52% win rate, I'd guess. Still an advantage if you play it well. Still can be an advantage, and of course you never know if opponent is going to know the answers. So it's sort of become a knowledge check more than anything. At different levels. One of the advantages you might have if you're running that gospel flank is you've run it 100 times, your opponent has only faced it 10 times. But here, Mumbo Jumbo in trouble. This thing is now level 2. It just tanked through everything. The air support and OnlyFangs. I mentioned he did not have an answer to the wasps. He was clever. He added a Mustang. He gave the Mustang a small amp core and got it on the correct side. So wound up on the same side as level 2 wasps. Good answer. Well read by OnlyFangs to get into that. So now he's got a level 2 Mustang with a small item on it. And Mumbo's trying to answer the storms with a pair of anti-missile devices. OnlyFangs has ranged the Mustangs and gets into a third one. Mustangs, of course, so much stronger now that the Crawler, just the change in hit points to Crawler right now. Crawler with Defense Enhancement 2 only has 302 hit points. The Mustangs, level 1 Mustangs doing 36. Will clear a single Crawler in 9 shots. So basically the first volley out of a Mustang pack will clear one equal level Crawler for 0.4 seconds. And that's plenty of time to chew through them. Now it's up to 40 attack with the +1 off the tower here. So even better. Comes 8 shots required to kill. And of course you've got 12 Mustangs, and they're firing kind of in order. So as you can see, they're hitting 3 or 4 different Mustangs, or 3 or 4 different Crawlers at once as the pack comes into range. Are the ranged sabers enough? They're basically getting one shot by these level 2 sabers as soon as they come into range. Level 2 sabers can tank long enough. Only one of them dies to this outside saber. OnlyFang's putting on a clinic, and Mumbo's going to be unhappy I chose this one to cast of all of his games, I'm sure. Sorry, bud. Mumbo Jumbo, if you don't know, of course, a variety streamer on Twitch. Got his start streaming Mecha, but has moved into other things. Does come back and stream Mecha frequently. Shields up. Mumbo adding storms. It's probably a bit late for that. If you needed them the round that you took the wasps, but Mumbo has sold out of the wasps now that they've been answered by the Mustangs. There was a different route there, right? There was range the wasps and get something tanky in front of them. Now, Mumbo goes to loose formation on the crawler. Loose formation, good against Arclight, bad against Mustang. So costing yourself 40% of your hit points. The crawlers now only have 181 hit points. Each Mustang will clear them. 5 shots from a Mustang will clear 1 crawler. These level 2 Mustangs, it's only going to be 4 shots. Wait, 2 shots? 2 shots per level... Oh my god. 2 shots per level 2 Mustang with an item over there. Yeah, I think Subterranean would have been a lot better for him here. And that's just a reading a board, right? That's understanding. So those crawlers get cleared super quick now by the Mustangs. And it also makes it clear for OnlyFangs which direction to go on if he needs additional chaff clear in the future. Storms don't help for Mumbo. The tech didn't help for Mumbo. He is down to 298 hit points. OnlyFangs at 4,800. And we've talked about at the 1,700 MMR level, one mistake is enough to lose a game. Of course, that is also true at the 2,100 level, which is the spot that OnlyFangs resides. Well, probably closer to 2,000, I suppose. It'll be... Well, the 2 players directly ahead of him were 2,045, so it'll be right around 2,040 MMR starting this tournament. More crawlers added. Sure. Trying to chaff your way out of it, and added the Wraith. Oh, doesn't have armor on the Wraith, so that's why adding Wraith with armor was not a way to protect the wasps. He's got field maintenance on it instead. Ranged Wraith. I think he only just now ranged the arc lights, too. Look at this. OnlyFangs adding 3 new Mustangs, but the new Mustangs are so much closer to the front. The idea being get them engaged early, where he can hit the crawlers, but also this is a hedge. If Mumbo had gone all in on Stormcallers, then OnlyFangs has 3 Mustangs already positioned where he can hit Missile Interceptor. So that set of deploys serving 2 purposes, and it basically negates all of the new crawlers. Only question is, will he be able to work through 2 level 2 Wraiths? The Wraiths don't have armor or healing, they go down. And that is game, set, and match in 6 rounds. The one and only Fangs. GG's, sir. Well played. 2030, not 2040. My bad. As his starting tournament start MMR. And this one, of course, round 2 of tournaments does pit a whole lot of mismatches. Mumbo at 1520. Apparently the buildings patch hasn't suited. Or perhaps the 1.6 patch didn't suit. He's just now recovering. I know he liked, I did speak with Drew, he liked the original patch of buildings, which I think suited those of us who like to play from standard or like to play from deep. Really were suited well by that. Let's take a look at Park and Ewok Love Shack. They are the 2 with the most remaining hit points, and of course we love Park. Park the 24th seed in this one. Park is nearside, a training specialist with extended range Phoenix and efficient tech research, and a very busy PFP. Ewok Love Shack on the far side was a cost control specialist, also took the extended range Phoenix and efficient tech research, only difference being he added advanced missile device. Park has gone, is this Vulcan Phoenix? Vulcan Phoenix 2023 called. It would like its build back. So Vulcan Phoenix, kind of very similar to Vulcan Marksman, but making use of the extended range Phoenix that presumably we had pretty early, and just foregoing the whole I'm gonna slap out best partner because I don't need to spam quite as many Vulcans. Vulcan's got a whole heck of a bunch of nerfs this week. The biggest being the nerf to Scorching Fire. Used to increase attack by 100%, now only increases attack by 85%. And that is a change I have been advocating for a long, long time. Really happy to see it. So we'll see how Vulcan works in that meta. Thanks, forward stings to lock the loose crawlers early and then used as chaff for the sabers, the back stings for the carry. Yes. Yeah, I saw that. But it was also the, we saw it. It was very nice. Very nicely played. Vulcan nerf didn't really change much. It's still everywhere. Yeah, it's a very good unit. I don't know that 100% to 85% was enough. But I do think the reduction from 90 to 88 attack was good. I think Vulcan has been healthiest when it's been at like 86 and 87 ATK. So. Two more Vulcans for Park. The round was close, right? Ewok Love Shack losing the round, but only loses about 200 hit points. So he's still ahead at 3,200. Mark's at 2,950. I mean, I guess this one is close enough we could put up a prediction on it. Give you guys, right. You've got 1 minute if you want to make a bet. Place your bet now. It's 98 because of the, sorry, where is that? 173 now with scores. I was going to say it was 98 because of the tower health, right? But, Park's positioning on Vulcans is slightly more forward than anybody else. Really unique. Kind of characteristic of his playstyle. It does mean that they get locked onto early, and Ewok Love Shack with a bunch of marksmen and a bunch of Phoenix does get those early locks, does bring the giants down, but Park is kind of using the Vulcan in its tankiness in a way that a lot of people, just a lot of other players are not, right? A lot of other players try to protect their Vulcan. It is a little bit vulnerable to, for example, a melting point, but if you're not deploying melters against it, then you have to chip through it with honest damage. Ewok last round tried mechanical division on the steel balls. It doesn't actually help a whole bunch. The 5 crawlers that pop out are all within the 15-meter splash. They die pretty darn quickly. Vulcan at 300, level 2 Vulcan at 346 damage every 10th of a second. It basically one-taps a crawler. Right? Like, there's just no fixing that. Now Park has the 6 Vulcans out and takes best partner. So we're going to be throwing down 7, because he buys 1 to tech it. So we'll be throwing down 7 marksmen with EMP. Ewok Love Shack, check that out. Stormcallers with EMP, trying to turn off the Vulcans. This is one of the dangers of having your unit up front. If your big carry giant is out front, we'll try to turn it off. And Park trying to answer that with a trio of anti-missile devices. For Ewok Love Shack, he's added 3 Wasps with shield. There's no Mustangs on the board for Park, but he will have those 7 the 7 marksmen, the 7 musketeers. They'll wind up having to handle I guess the Phoenix will also contribute. So between them, Phoenix and marksman, yeah, it's like 13 shots into the Wasps every 3 seconds. Players can click the speed up button so much earlier. It does make me wonder how if that's going to make a big difference in terms of how long tournaments take. This one, all over. Park getting the dub over Ewok Love Shack. The build just popped as soon as he hit the best partner. So it was Vulcan Marksman after all, just with some Phoenix early on so that he didn't have to rush the Marksman until he wanted it. Park says, I went 0-3 at Asia and lost 80 MMR. I had to do better in the EU. Fair enough. You are already 2-0. I hope you're recovering some of the MMRs. Round the league, our 1, 3, and 5 all get W's. Sacco, Mathis Might, Zhao Hong. Satisfy your love addiction with the win over Reckel Harlem. Heimer, Shadoff, Illuminati, the favorites all getting their wins. Right on down to, I think that is Captain. Villain, if you will, who beats Dakota Dust. Narayan over Mr. Suffer. Park over Ewok Love Shack. Impertinent and King Julian are still going. This is the Chaos Warmaster alt that beat Egophobic in round 1. He gets a win here. Alfred Nobel over Not Sure. So Not Sure the 40th seed is out. Ray Unity 1 beat Gaz. Gaz was the 54th seed. Ray Unity 1 was the 42nd seed. The Mandrid against Bratwurst. I thought about showing this one. We've shown some Bratwurst already, so maybe we'll jump into that one in just a moment. Larksmeister ends Sledgehamster's run, the number 33 seed, in trouble there. Larksmeister, I think, was in the 60s, right? Camos, your 26 seed, beats Silwek. Revolutio, who beat Salt Monkey, is trying to get to 2-0. Only Fangs, we saw beat Mumbo Jumbo. Chiba Gold, Dachshund, Moody Quooty, AWM, Lightning Ghost, Mizuno I, Rooster, and Apucci, all with the dubs. Let's step into Demandrid against Bratwurst. Larksmeister was 62nd seed. Thank you. Demandrid on the near side, speed specialist with advanced targeting systems, so he's got all sorts of range on those forts. Both Fort and Raiden got plus 5% buffs during the recent balance patch, plus 5% ATK. Demandrid trying them out. He is the 57th seed in this tourney, while Bratwurst, 39th seed. Trying to move through to 2-0 after a nice upset win against Arctorius in that first round. He gets a dub here against Demandrid, but it's not enough. Whittling him down. Demandrid at 468 hit points. Doesn't seem to have an answer to the Abyss. Abyss with range and swarm missiles. Of course, you no longer pay upkeep on Titans. Basically, the 150 cost for efficient maintenance and the 200 cost increase to techs for running efficient maintenance are now simply baked into the unlock price of a Titan. Makes sense. It kind of works. I like it as a I like it as a balance, as a update. It has made the kind of longer term play of Titan valid, and you still can see a Titan gut shot here at like round 10 or whatever, round 9, round 10. You just don't see the Titan gut shot at round 6 anymore. That is a wild mobile beacon, bringing back wasps to deal with a level 3 Typhoon, because he knew the level 3 Typhoon would be locked on the shield barrier. That is wild from Demandrid. Unfortunately, the shield wasps for Bratwurst just doing so much work, and the Rydens with ionization never do get to connect with the Titans. So excellent play on going to the shield wasps. For Bratwurst, that is going to win the round overall. These last couple of wasps, persnickety, they're going to take a moment to clean up the way that beam targeting works, and then of course the missiles are all ground-based. It's slow going, but eventually it gets done. A Bratwurst beats Demandrid through to round 3 at 2-0. And Impertinent against King Julian. Impertinent gets the dub. So Impertinent was the 28th seed. So, after it's all sorted out, we have the following order. Number 2 seed, Apuchi. Number 6 seed, Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye. Number 8 seed, AWM. 9 seed, Eimer. 15th seed, Dachshund. 19th seed, Captain. Park. And Impertinent with Never Knows Best. Never Knows Best, the lowest remaining seed in this tourney. I believe was the 69th seed. Beat Revolutio, who had previously beaten Salt Monkey. So he's made it to 2-0. We'll see how it goes from here. The OG number 1 seed, Sacco. Number 3 seed, Math is Might. Number 4 seed, Rooster. They'll be down in the middle of the pack, right? Along with Xiao Hong. Satisfy Your Love Addiction, Shadoff, Illuminati, Chiba Gold, OnlyFangs. Narayan is OnlyFangs was 21st. Narayan was 22nd. Camos at 26th seed. That's Chaos Warmaster, Bratwurst, Ray Unity 1, Alfred Nobel, and Larksmeister. Moody Quooty Abandoned, so that is our number 10 seed done. And yes, I do in fact record the seeds at first, and go from there. If I had a spotter, it would be, I'd have the spotter doing all of that. Right. Gaz was like the 54th seed, is going to be playing up and facing Apuchi as the spoiler. That is not going to go well for Gaz. Let's see what else we can find that will be an interesting match. Everything else is going to be 27 minus your number, so it'll be 14 versus 13. That'll be the number 6 seed versus the number 5 seed, with Shadow facing Rooster, Limonati facing Math is Might, Chiba Gold facing Sacco. There are some good games here. OnlyFangs will be facing Never Knows Best. I kind of think Illuminati and Math is Might be the play, right? It's that, or just take these two 201 players. They're very, very strong. And I kind of want to see some Sacco. Those are three really tempting games. I wish I could cast all three of them, guys. Chiba says he's going to bed. Oh no. Let's take these two. He's gonna abandon rather than face Sacco? No. No. Come on, Chiba, step up. Step up. Face Sacco. What's the worst that could happen? You get absolute you get glory covered in glory if you it is 5 a.m. Okay. Understandable. But you get covered in glory if you win. All right, we are going to take the number 5 seed against the number 6 seed. Pair of 201 players who are very, very strong. So, oh no, I lost to Sacco. Join the club. Sadly, I lost to Sacco Club does not include an honorary t-shirt. Well. All right. Welcome to round 3 of the weekend tournament European number 122. You know, we find the match with basically the lowest, the highest ranked number 2 seed in the match. This one's a tasty, tasty one. Number 5 seed Zhao Hong, number 6 seed Lightning Ghost Mizuno Ai. Two very, very strong players from the 201, not quite at the Flower Fairy level. These two started the tournament at 2252 and 2241, respectively. But very, very solid players. It'd be interesting to see them as kind of a sample of what the meta might look like in the 201 region, if there is any difference to the 501 style. Zhao Hong coming out with a very 501 looking. In fact, has those sabers so on the line that they're insta-lockable, which I'm never quite willing to do. I always put them just a step back. I mean, obviously, we're going to wind up with a crawler up here, and probably this guy's 10 meters off the line, so there's space for a crawler to draw an insta-lock. Zhao Hong is a elite specialist, so adding a level 2 hound, so he gets the one shot on crawlers from that, and a level 2 crawler to support the push. Has a level 1 hound over on the far side. Lightning Ghost Mizuno Ai, Amplify Specialist, with the Tarantulas getting the Amp Core. Remember, Tarantulas lost 3% of their early hit points, but the small Amp Core on the Tarantula means that a Sabertooth is going to require 3 shots to kill them. Not if it's been softened up by a turret, though. One Fang remains. I don't think you're going to carry this, buddy. Nice effort, though. Good try. Good try. Pat him on the head. He was a good Fang. Zhao Hong, the number 5 seed, takes the early lead at 4,800 to 4,200. Yes, there was only Fang. Only one. Covered in glory. Is that like confetti? Or more like sponge sugar or crude oil? Hmm. I think of glory as a little bit more like glitter. Once you have been covered in it, it doesn't uncover. Really tough to get the glitter back off. A haste module for a saber tooth. Okay. Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong is channeling their inner Sacco in some way. This is aggressive. Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye goes for a haste module tarantula and does something more like what Amarok would have done with it, which is using a haste module to on a unit to cover a flank off, and then if that flank is not engaged or if that flank is dealt with quickly, the haste module will get you into the main fight on schedule, if you will. Haste module could have been valuable for somebody on the very far side as well, for covering a lot of ground to get into the fight. It's still a chaff war at the moment. At this point, you've broken through the chaff war. Now the sabers get to engage with tarantulas. Tarantulas go down like water at that point. We have a brave marksman handling crawlers. Yeah, I got this, boys. Don't even worry about it. I'll be your chaff clear if you need it. And yeah, sabers just chew through those tarantulas. Xiao Hong at 4,800 has dropped Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye down to 3,640. Are you getting the sense that sabers are strong? We saw Only Fangs dominate with it, but that was a relatively uneven matchup in terms of MMR. This is an even match, and Xiao Hong creating all sorts of problems with these early. They're not teched. There's an item on them, but they're not teched. All he needs to do is keep the pressure on. Adds 2 more hounds. Lightning Ghost is going to go for the sticky oil bomb in front of them. Sabers get levels for Xiao Hong, so they're going to be leveled up but slowed in the oil and under fire from the storms. So that is Lightning Ghost's plan. I'll slow you in the oil and bombard you from afar. Sounds like a good plan. Unfortunately, the bombard from afar does not work against the wasps. We'll see, though. If he's able to clear through the chaff war and get the wasps engaged. Now, the wasps wind up under fire from the fangs. The Stormcallers have actually deleted the haste module saber already. A couple of those wasps did break through. Wow. Okay, 3 wasps survive. That'll win the round for Xiao Hong. So, despite the oil, despite the surprise Stormcallers, the Lightning Ghost in a lot of trouble, down to 3,500 hit points. We go to round 4. This is round 3 of Weekend Tournament European number 122. Another haste module, a super heavy armor if you'd like to just have a unkillable saber. And again, no text, just two levels and 2 items. So it's really easy to sell out of these if they get countered, or positionally countered even. Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye had a item on a Stormcaller, so its damage was up. Both the storms can level if you really want to pound through the sabers. The one with the item certainly does. You'll be doing 2,000 damage per shot now. Yes, both those items do go nicely on a Wraith. It's true, Ragin' Jim G. Finally, a round win for Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye. That one helps, I think. Kind of turning it around a little bit. Rhino drop taken for Zhao Hong. Lightning Ghost giving it a lot of thought. 30 seconds in already. Interesting positioning for the Rhino. I like this one. I like this one. Lightning Ghost. This is a very Amarok play. We'll put the Phantom Rays right on the line. Give them Sticky Oil Bomb. I generally have them a little bit off the line so I can put a put something in front. But this is a way to just permanently spam oil, right? Either you have to invest in anti-missile or you're going to be slowed down forever. It's not working. The Rhino had pounded through already. Mobile Beacon draws these guys through. Power goes down. Holy smokes. Zhao Hong is just putting on a clinic right now. Shakes off the round loss and pounds into it. Teddy wants to see a left side tower snipe since this one is not leveled. Level 1 tower there. You could definitely have seen a play where you open this up and then slice through with a Rhino here just to get a tower. Zhao Hong may actually be thinking of this in a, I am going to do that, but I'm not going to remind you that I'm going to do it until it's way later. Adding anti-missile, this is why Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye put these guys so close to the line. Those missiles are going to be, the oil missiles are going to be going straight to the ground really, really quickly. There's almost no time to intercept them. And the way that anti-missile works in the game, your anti-missile unit has I believe it is a percentage chance of doing damage for each shot. And each shot, whether or not that shot connected with a missile or not. And then the shots do damage, the missiles have hit points. So the quicker the thing is firing, the less chance there is of getting hit and the less damage that you're taking from the anti-missile device. So the Amarok positioning, putting them back here, gives you more time to anti-missile them. But can keep the Phantom Rays alive a little longer. You can see most of that oil landed. There is a little bit that didn't over here from compared to last time. With units stopped in oil and going down to a ion beam, it's brutal on the attacker. But one of those, that super heavy saber just shrugs off an ion beam. It can't shrug off the entire board, but man, did it do its best. Yikes. Zhao Hong now, that takes a heavy amount of damage, dropped down to 2110. Lightning Ghost Mizuno, I did cut off that angle we were looking at with a pack of fangs here, so very much playing ahead of the snipe attempt. Now that it's cut off, wait, what? Now that it's protected, we're going to add a heavy armor and have given secondary armament to the to the sabers. So finally investing a little bit in the sabers. It's only round 7, but we're also elite recruiting a hound and some saber, and now charging right through that. You think you have it protected. We're going to hit it. Lightning Ghost, with the oil already coming down from the Phantom Rays, is going to add his oil item over here, rather than necessarily cutting this off, right? Next round, I expect he'll answer this with a Phantom Ray of his own. You know, it would have been pretty funny to see him just preemptively Phantom Ray this, instead of putting a Fang down, right? Because his Phantom Ray could come in and take this tower, too, if nothing had been played. Hacker! Oh my goodness, we're hacking rhinos, guys. We have level 2 hackers out for the Lightning Ghost, trying to turn things around. Tower goes down from Zhao Hong's aggression on the left side, and the hacker gets stuck on... I mean, you're just never going to hack through 123,000 hit points, right? It takes forever. Excuse me. Phoenix for Zhao Hong. Farseer, Wraith, Typhoon, Phoenix, the options for our defender. I mean, if you're already in hackers for the single target and splash for the tarantula, that is a tough choice. What did we take? We took the Farseers, sure. The Farseer as a anti-wasp answer is actually pretty solid as well. Interestingly. It'll be Phoenix, Mustang with anti-missile, and Crawler and Hound all added to this side for Zhao Hong. So he is ready to come press this tower advantage again. We've added a third hacker to try and defend that tower, and Farseer to help out. On the line, Sentry Missiles trying to take out the Phantom Rays quickly. Again for Zhao Hong. We're into lone range speed for lone and speed for Zhao Hong. Neither player has taken temp range. They think this is a knife fight. I don't need the extra 15 meters. Thank you very much. I just need extra damage. I need extra attacks on my units. With the Sentry Missiles and the Anti-Missile, take a look at that. No oil lands. So there is a real downside to stacking your Phantom Ray on the line like that in defense. Yeah, it's more effective against the Anti-Missile. Sentry Missile pops it before the oil missiles have even fired. So, much like we saw with a Raiden. The Raiden can fire and take out a Phantom Ray before it drops its oil as well. Problems for Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye. Your number 6 seed has been under pressure since the start of this round. And now we've got a redeployed level 4 Saber, jumps over here with the haste module and joins the press at this weak side tower. We've also sold out of the one Rhino that was still getting hacked, so both Rhinos are sold, leaving Defender in 3 hackers that aren't doing a ton. And we're going to add Vulcans. Vulcans will fix everything. Did we just Control Z through them? Yes, we Control Z'd out of them. I don't think Vulcans are going to fix everything. You've got good chaff clear. If you need more chaff clear, just buy a couple more tarantulas, please. Note that he's running anti-aircraft ammunition, which I think is pretty weak to have on a tarantula. You could, in this situation, this player would be getting a lot more out of having the mechanical rage available on the bar. With this many high-level tarantulas, increasing their rate of fire and their speed of closing is so valuable. And he's not done it. Instead, we'll add EMP on the hackers, so we're going to slow things down when we connect with them, hack them harder. There's more, there is yet more oil on the line. So rather than backing out of that now that it's been halfway countered, or even trying to position them off the line so they have time to fire first, Lightning Ghost goes for just, I will overwhelm your anti-missile and your sentry missiles. Is it gonna work? Left side hacker is down. It did hack. He did get to hack the haste module level 4 saber, but the rest of the board collapses. The left side goes down. The right side goes down. Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye goes down. Zhao Hong is through to round 4 of this tournament. Two of the 201 Titans battling to make it through to quarterfinals. What else do we have? Poochie and AWM get their wins. Doxson and Bratwurst are still ongoing. Math is Might beat Illuminati. Rooster beat Shadoff, as we had heard might happen from Park. Sacco did not even have an opponent. Chiba Gold bowing out rather than facing him. Impertinent is your number 28 seed, gets a win over Narayan, the 22 seed. Well done. We'll jump into Doxson v. Bratwurst now. For this match, the dog in chainmail, perennial crowd favorite, is wearing the 2v2 European Championship from last week. He is the 15th seed. Bratwurst on the far side, 39th seed. Already has 2 round wins in this tournament, including a win over the 14th seed. So he's no slouch. He plays a solid game. He has gone for... Look at this. Is this a carry Void Eye strat into Vulcan Marksman? It's very classic Vulcan Marksman from Doxson. Marksman specialist, some subsidized Stormcallers, and then a zillion Marksmans. But wait, what's this? Raiden Void Eye beating Vulcan Marksman in round 8. Doxson on 191 hit points. Bratwurst. We saw Bratwurst in round 1. We saw Bratwurst in round 2. Is he going to pull off another upset? Park asks if I read the Chinese characters without help from a computer. I Google Translate them once and recognize the characters after that. So I'm generally recognizing, players who've kept the same name for a long time. Like I don't even need to translate them. I recognize Flower Fairy, red hair, blue hair, Starcraft Panda, a couple of other folks that I recognize just without needing the translation. But for the most part, I will translate once at the start of the tourney and have it written down what that translated into, if needed, and then memorize that over the course of the tourney. Sure, Park. There are far too many. There are very many 201 players, but when I'm doing a tournament like this, there's going to be a cast of maybe 4 or 6 characters who have a realistic shot of getting going deep into the tournament. And that's easy enough for me to do, to just say, like, I'm just going to remember these 5 or 6. And I think it's part of, for me, going through that effort is part of paying homage to the fact that it is a multinational tournament, that it is a Chinese Mandarin-speaking development team. Um, and I think it's just important for me to honor that. That's rather than bringing a pure Western perspective to the game. Let's try to bring a global perspective to it. Best way I can do that is to give them their names. The only person I have a hard time doing that with is I know Feng Feng would rather be Feng Feng, but man, he was red hair in my mind for 2 years. It's hard to change. This time, Dachshund stabilizing on the right side, but there's not much left. He outranges these Void Eyes. But again, not by a ton, right? 205 to 170. This takes advantage of the Raiden takes advantage of the tower debuff, has a 185-meter range with a laser sight. Bratwurst is getting it done, pulling the heat tonight. Let's go. Bratwurst beats Arctorius in round 1, beats Dachshund in round 3. He is on a tear. Wowza. Just wowza. That's exciting. This is like why I find tournaments so much fun. Your number 39 seed just got a win over the 15 seed. Right. Apuchi beat Gaz. Gaz was like the 54th seed or so. AWM with the win over Alfred Nobel. AWM is the 8th seed. Bratwurst, we saw, knocks off the number 15 seed, Dachshund. Park beat the number 26 seed, Camos. Park is the 24th seed, so these two were very well matched. Onlyfangs gets it done against the lowest remaining seed in Never Knows Best. Was the 69th seed. He's down. Math is Might beats Illuminati. Illuminati, the 16th seed, not able to threaten the number 3 seed. Took some rounds off of him. Just doesn't carry it out. We saw the number 6 seed Lightning Ghost Mizuno Ai go down to the number 5 seed Zhao Hong. Rooster beats Shadoff. Shadoff was the 12th seed. Sacco over Chiba Gold. Chiba Gold didn't even show up, so technically not really beaten so much as abandoned when he saw who he had drawn. Narayan, your 22 seed, goes down to Impertinent, who is the 28th seed. And this one, Chaos Warmaster, that is your 35th seed, originally beats the week 120 champion, America's champion, captain or villain, depending on how you like to refer to them. Ray Unity 1 upsets the number 9 seeds. This is the 42 seed. 42 seed, Reunity 1 gets the win. He is the lowest remaining seed after 62 seed Larksmeister goes down to satisfy your love addiction. So that's wild. That is wild. All right. In the first, out of the top 20, we have seen the 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 eliminated. Literally, 9th through 20th are all out. The top 8, 7 remain. And there is an abandon from Satisfy Your... Wait, no. Oh dear. We have an abandon from our sixth seed. I think this. Hold up. An abandon from Lightning Ghost Mizuno Eye. Satisfy Your Love Addiction was opponent in the last match. So I had that one wrong. I just I said I was memorizing them and I had misdone it. All right, let's take a look at what we've got. Impertinent, 28th seed facing 42nd seed Ray Unity 1. Sacco, number 1 seed facing the 21 seed OnlyFangs. Burke versus Rooster, 24th versus 4th. Apucci versus Bratwurst. Is this Bratwurst's glory day? 39th seed versus number 2. But I think we wind up with Zhao Hong against AWM or Chaos Warmaster against Math is Might. I'm tempted to go for Sacco and OnlyFangs just because I want to cast some Sacco. But I think we'll take AWM against Zhao Hong. 5th versus 8th. We have 12 remaining. 12 remaining unbeatens. So. Welcome to round 4 of Weekend Tournament European number 122. We've got another match featuring Zhao Hong, near side in blue, speed specialist with fangs and sledgehammers. AWM, your 8th seed, is the challenger, far side red, takes the red-haired fire badger specialist with a tarantula void eye opener. Apologies to those of you that see ads. You're going to see one now. AWM thinking about whether he's going to attack on the turret side or the rapid fire cannon side or the anti-armor cannon side. He's jumping back and forth through all the various wait, did we just control Z out of them? He's jumped through a bunch of different initial deploys. Just looking at the various recommended formations. We'll see if he tweaks out of them or if he just takes the recommended. And Zhao Hong gave it a lot of thought. 60 seconds worth of thought before he decides to buy the Void Eyes. He's in a Sledge Fang start as speed specialist. Probably had a I want to come out aggro intention, but now he's going to wind up, wow, guesses hard on the right side. So just goes all in on having all my units clumped together on the right. Both players have done it. There's absolutely nothing on the left side of the board. Camera is just going to focus in on this knife fight on the right. That's a heck of a way to start this one. Who's going to extend this board first? And of course, both players extremely vulnerable to spells this early in a game. Of course, the big spells don't show up until much later. But they are the downside. Like, people talk about spells being OP. Spells are very much needed to discourage this kind of play. But then again, you see two players at this level. And by this level, I mean, Zhao Hong is 2252 coming into this tournament. AWM 2189 MMR coming into this tournament. That's two very high-level players. And they are just going for concentration of force, right? if you try to fight this, if you came out in a very widespread formation, the idea is this concentration of force defeats you in detail as your units come into range slowly over time. You get the reinforcement drops here on round 2. Wasp for Zhao Hong. Mustang for AWM. I mean, counter and counter, and they're both added to the same strong side. So we're not even going for the kind of cheesy, yes, I could put my Wasp out here and attack this far side. Speaking of which, rapid fire cannon not being able to protect against that is a little annoying to me. Really liked it when it had the ability to shoot air. Still nothing added out on this left side, so we're going to zoom in on the right, where AWM adding the corner pocket tarantula, and one more crawler behind it. Zhao Hong goes for a crawler and a sledge. Crawler deep. Sledge just right into the middle of it. These two are, no, we're just going to ignore the far side of the board entirely. It doesn't exist. I don't even have a left side. I don't even need to level the left side tower. It doesn't exist. We agree to fight exclusively over here on the right. The Wasps get a good lock on the newest Tarantula. The Mustangs get a good lock on the Wasps. Do they? Not enough of them did. Not enough of them did. The Wasps doing a lot of work. And at the end of the round, it comes down to Void Eye versus Void Eye. There's some matchup you see often. I don't see that often. But hey, what do I know? 4602 now for Zhao Hong. 4322 for AWM. Barrier, laser sight, Wasp Swarm, advanced missile device. I mean, surely Wasp Swarm for AWM. There's no protection back there. Somebody go attack a left side tower. No, we won't attack the left side tower. We have a truce. Maybe they did. Maybe I'm not watching chat. Maybe I missed it. Maybe they said let's just completely ignore it. All right. Zhao Hong is the one that takes the Wasp Swarm. See where he puts it. Deep left corner, so we're finally bringing the left side into play. AWM went for, I will level up my Mustang, so gives them laser sights. They're halfway to level 2 already. AWM dropping a Fire Badger and a Crawler in this flank. That is just going to tie up the Wasp for quite a while back there. It shouldn't win anything. It should tie up the Wasps for a while. Charged shot, increasing the attack interval by 25%, but increasing attack by 175%. These Void Eyes now hit for 5,500 damage for each of the 3 level 2s. The level 1's hitting for 2,772. That's a lot of damage, guys. Bratwurst would approve. He sees these Void Eyes as... Now, Void Eyes got a ton of buffs, right, in this most recent patch. Basically, all of their techs went down by 50, and I think it was like a 10% increase to hit points, maybe, for survivability. The zero-cost tech finally got removed. It was fun while it lasted, but that's forced everybody to rethink, first, the tech bar for Void Eyes, and because of having to rethink the tech bar for Void Eyes, people have rethought the role and positioning for Void Eyes. We'll see who's adapting to that quickest here. AWM getting the round win in round 3, drops Zhao Hong down to 3901. Efficient tech research, a very quick pickup for Zhao Hong. Underground threat nuke on offer. Nuke being offered there is exactly why this super clustered is supposed to be punished. Like, that is why nuke exists in the game. It's why it used to be on the tower, in fact, was so that you could really, really punish this kind of super clumped positioning. And, you know, when people were talking about buildings stopped aggro, right? What buildings stopped within the 1.7.0? What buildings really stopped was hyper aggro at one tower by severe clustering of your forces. That's a style of aggro that has existed in the game for as long as we've had the game. And, it's not what modern military doctrine calls for in any regard. And so it's very much a gamification thing where, because there weren't fixed fortifications and things to slow down and advance like that, it was highly rewarded. Of course, developers add something that punishes that kind of advance, and the player base that had built strategies around it complained rather than adapting to it. I think there still were plenty of viable strategies, but overloading one side the way that this game has been played, oh my goodness. Blue with the promise says, brother, if I win this Powerball jackpot, I'm buying you 2 new computers, one for playing and one for streaming. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Now, I do have to call somebody out. Let's see. I was trying to log into this yesterday, and the login stuff seems to be broken. Because something arrived in the mail today. Something arrived in the mail, and I wanted to thank somebody for it. But I don't get to see who to thank for it. I might have to clear cookies on a website over there. But one of you guys sent me a very generous gift. That I wanted to say thank you for. All right, we have a underground threat in the back corner from blue player. Photon and coating on everything. Boy, the underground threat does get to that tower. So, really nice round from the speed specialist there. How did he get that? Just took the plus hit points on crawlers. What about 302 hit points instead of 263? I think that changed it from 3 shots to 4 to kill a crawler in the Crawler v Crawler, and wins that backside. Heavy armor now for both players. No, wait, he didn't have that advantage. What did he have? Some of these crawlers just went straight to the tower. I see. AWM will answer that pack of crawlers with a tarantula. Okay, fair enough. While Zhao Hong has gone for a Mech Rage Field Maintenance and has damage sharing on the bar. So this is the basic pack of sledgehammer techs, right? And I don't think that low-level players use damage sharing very well, but plus 120% hit points and shared damage received equally is interesting. The plus 120% hit points as a knockout punch is really, really valuable. The counter, of course, is any kind of missile damage, right? If you do damage, if you can do, melting point, not missile damage, melting point style laser beam ramp up damage, and you've got them all linked together, that can just be absolutely devastating. But here's another thing. By separating it out, so the level 2, the level 1, the level 2, in that way, even if you do get these locked onto, these guys kind of act as a circuit breaker. So if you got a lock onto this pack, you're only going to lose two packs of sledges. to it. Because the circuit breaker goes and then the link is broken to the remainder of the pack. AWM doing very well on the left side, is going to get in on a level 2 tower over there. Has a couple of Mustangs left. Never has ranged the Mustangs, just relying on them doing enough steady damage over time and having the laser sights that they're leveling. They will be level 3 now with no techs on them. We go to round 7. AWM, let's see, Zhao Hong did really well in round 5. Gets the tower take with a underground threat crawler and a nice little, nicely positioned crawler on the left side. AWM turns it around in the following round and has dropped Zhao Hong down to 1458. He's at 3200. He's adding a pair of Phoenix. There haven't been a great anti-air option on Zhao Hong's board right now. There is Farseer in the drop, but Zhao Hong taking the Vulcan. And double techs the Void Eyes. They're now flying, ranged, charged shot Void Eyes. So those will answer the Phoenix. Holy heck, it's triple threat Void Eyes for AWM as well. Suppression, charged shot, and range over there. We're in a Void Eye versus Void Eye battle. Oil down from Zhao Hong, trying to slow the press here. Actually going to light that on fire with the Vulcan. So we're going to slow the shaft, and that should let the Void Eyes do their work, right? Flying Void Eyes not distracted by the mini crawlers. Should eventually, in theory, get links. The Vulcan goes down. The tower on the left side is just collapsed. And it's going to be, can the Phoenix clean up these Void Eyes? Answer is yes. Yes, they can. Is it enough? AWM has Zhao Hong down to 129, down to -71. AWM, your 8th seed, upsets Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong had been playing very well, as we saw in their previous match. This match is over. Also over is the match between Rooster and Park, and holy smokes, OnlyFangs has Sacco down to 230 hit points. Let's see what we've got here. A supply specialist with additional deployment and advanced powertrain for Sacco. OnlyFangs at 961 is a Amplify Specialist. The Amplify Specialist is the amp cores on Sabers, so we can see how this one started. Saber versus Tarantula has to be how this one started. It's going to be with the acid and oil coming down. I think Sacco pre-techs the fire extinguisher just to cover against the acid. Now, I never managed to win a Tarantula matchup against Saber. It looks like Sacco doubled down on it, and we're going to find out if that is going to cost him a shot at this tournament title. The ranged splash tarantula is doing a ton of damage, cleaning up a whole bunch of stuff down there. Are they able to burn through these saber tooth in time? Saber teeth, perhaps. The Phoenix are the backup. They are the single target damage. They do, in fact, get all the locks they need. They get the left side tower. They're going to get the right side tower. Is that 1,000 damage? It is. Sacco squeaks by OnlyFangs. Barely. So your number one seed, your prohibitive favorite at 2593, he has almost 200, well, over 200 MMR more than anybody else in the tournament. Coming into it, beats the number 21 seed OnlyFangs, but OnlyFangs made it close, dropped Sacco to 234 hit points. Bratwurst had a good run until I stopped casting his games. Yeah, Sacco has a great chaff board, and this can be one of the things that happens to you, right? Is folks drop, stop building as much chaff as they need to do when you see a big tarantula board. But wow, what a game. Great GG's to the one and only Fangs. Getting close to taking down the great. All right, our top group is complete. There's still a couple of matches ongoing, but we will sum up. Chaos Warmaster, your 35 seed, has gone down to the number 3 seed, Math is Might. We saw AWM with the upset over number 5 seed, Zhao Hong. AWM was the 8th seed, so it's not a huge upset. There was only about 60 MMR between them, but still, well done. Apuchi, as you said, Bratwurst's run of good form stopped when he was off screen. Honestly, that is probably the way I'd prefer for that sort of thing to go. I'd rather show somebody winning up, if you will, than losing down. Rooster Park's summary was, I had a match against Rooster, and it went so smooth. For Rooster, of course. Fair enough, fair enough. So Park, the 24 seed, goes down to the number 4 seed, Rooster. We saw OnlyFangs go down to Sacco. Only at the very end, we didn't catch most of that match. But, man, did he give him a run. The other match, 28 seed Impertinent against 42 seed Ray Unity 1. Ray Unity 1 goes down. The 28 seed somehow is still alive in this tournament. There's 6 unbeatens left, and you, sir, are top of the table. Take a screenshot. That shouldn't last for long. Your next opponent would be Rooster. Rooster against Impertinent. AWM against Math is Might, but holy smokes. 1v2. Number 1 v number 2. Hackmanic says Sacco is just proving how broken spiders are, as if it wasn't proven in the Mag 1 games today already, or the last 4 months of torture. Is that really it? Is that what I should be doing, is just switch over and spam Tarantula any chance I get? No, Impertinent does not appear to be a Smurf. They haven't really beaten anybody that you would. Well, I mean, Narayan, River Skende, they're also in the 20s, right? So Narayan, I think, was 22, and River Skende was 28, something like that. No, Impertinence 28. So River Skende would have been like 33 or something. At any rate. Who else is doing well? Still playing. Eimer, Doxon, Camos, getting wins down a little bit further down. Demandrid also got a win. Dane. Dane was the winner of my mini tournament on Wednesday, but is 2-2 at the moment. Ariane, play Archer, getting wins. Never knows best. This is that like 69th seed still having a really good run. Chat off with a win, Brojuan with a wins. I'm gonna just put this on. I'm gonna step away from the mic. I need to set up water and everything. I will be back in a bit. Hey, we're getting a War Factory finish from Larksmeister. Larksmeister down to 271 hit points, so it looks like he is the one finishing himself with the War Factory, I guess. Confusing. And it sells out of it. question is, did it make enough of a difference that his board will do worse without it? These boards are pretty wild. These are definitely not the 2500 MMR boards. Like, for positioning or number of units, basically everybody on the board has just bought range. Like, there is Splash on a Storm. Everything else on this side is range. Okay, Mech Rage on the sledges. So it's Splash and Mech Rage are the two techs that are not range over here. Oh, wait, no. There's also anti-air. There's also no air. So presumably that countered something that has since been sold out of. Over here, it is range, hold, siege mode, all kind of like range, anti-air, okay, and loose formation, along with some EMP on the Stormcallers. Pretty wild. And it looks like Luxmeister is going to win the round, but not the game. Has units left on the board, but not enough to finish the round. And that is the end of this one. Corrupt Cop gets the win. We'll be back after an ad break for those of you that see the ads. Our top six did not change. A Rooster against Impertinent, AWM against Math's Might. We will be showing you Apucci versus Sacco. Two of the GOATs, two of the greatest of all time. Note also, this European tournament will be a 501 champion. 501, 501, 501. There is no other region left unbeaten. Out of our top 20, we have the 28th seed, the 8th seed, and 1, 2, 3, and 4. No upsets yet in the top 4 seeds of this tournament. Sacco versus Apucci. A classic, one for the ages. Coming right up. If you guys don't bet this one, I'm just giving up on you. Somebody's got to place some bets. There hasn't been a whole lot of wagering on this tournament. Just a reminder, we're running a short stream today. Be off to go-karting with Kiddo afterwards. Channel point predictions are up. Let's run through what has happened to the rest of the fields today. The first round of this tournament, we saw the 20th seed Baller, 18th seed Egophobic, 14th seed Arctorius, 13th seed Play Archer, and 11th seed Andy all upset. Chiba Gold and Moody Goody both abandoned at 2-0 after round 2. Round 3 saw our 19th seed, 16th seed Illuminati, 15th seed Dachshund, 12th seed Shadoff, 9th seed Eimer, and 7th seed Satisfy Your Love Addiction, all beaten. Lightning Ghost Mizuno I went 3-0 but abandoned after round 3. Round 4 saw Zhao Hong knocked out by the number 8 seed AWM, so that was the end of the 5th seed. We come to round 5. You've got surviving players are number 1, Sacco, number 2, Apucci, head-to-head here, while Mathis, Might, and Rooster are each facing the lower seeds, so the 3 and 4 should be through if they can win as expected. Sacco and Nearside Blue, lots of love between these two. They have met many, many a times. A lot of respect. Sacco, a Rhino specialist. Apucci, a speed specialist. And just so you guys know, Sacco started this tournament at 2593. He's gained 2 MMRs so far. He's at 2595. But beating Apucci in a tournament game would be enough to get him to 2600 MMR. So, that is what's at stake for Sacco, and of course, both of these players looking to be number 1 in the tournament. Both of them have won multiple weekend tournaments in the past. It's been a long, long time since we've had Sacco in a weekend tournament. It's good to have you back, buddy. Super excited to see what you are up to. And what he is up to is a Rhino specialist with Tarantula start. Hackmanic was saying he thinks Tarantula is broken, silly good, and that Sacco has been showing exactly how and why. He's just been exploiting those, exploiting the fact that they are very good, and doing it with exquisite skill. We saw him just barely squeak by OnlyFangs in a matchup that, at least at my level, strongly favors the Sabretooth player. For Apucci, he's a speed specialist. Came out on the utterly unprotected right side. Steel Ball, Crawler, and Arc Lights all getting in on tower. Kaboom! Hits the middle turret, comes across. Now, what's the biggest difference economically, right? We'll take a look at this in a moment as Apucci cleans up round 1. He's got 4,800 hit points and a European 2v2 championship match. Sacco down to 3,500. What's the difference? Sacco unlocked Cell and sold one of the turrets on round 1. That was the strat that Forgotten Arbiter came up with on the test server. And just ignore the buildings entirely and accelerate whatever your main build is. Sell out of them. Don't rely on them to do anything. Apucci is not doing that. He's left them. He wanted to commit to an attack on a unprotected tower while leaving these guys just to make sure that he didn't lose his tower too quickly. Both players took a mass-produced sledge when offered. It's a very good card, guys. It's a very good card. Sacco and Apucci both agree. Sacco lining up 3 vertical sledges to slow down the steel ball push. Apucci goes for a flank sledge, horizontal on the line, a vertical sledge over here to slow things down on this push. Again, this is just to buy time. This is kind of a buy time sledgehammer position. We talked about mass-produced Phoenix earlier. Mass-produced Sledge, similar. If they survive to the end of the round, they're doing 200 hit points of damage to the bar for only 100 hit point of cost. They also, like mass-produced Phoenix, they're only losing 30% of their stats to get 70% of the unit for 50% of the cost. That's a good deal. The downside is you do feed full value experience. So, as you are... This is accelerating any hit point gains that Apucci would have had. If he'd been churning through 3 chaff units, he'd be gaining plus 600 experience for that. By churning through 3 level 1 mass-produced sledges, he got plus 1200 XP. So that is a way that steel balls can feast and level. Kind of a subtle, under-the-hood sort of thing, but it is one of the balancing items to mass-produced sledge. And you can see that's resulted in Apucci potentially leveling both of those steel ball packs. But before he can get to that, he's thinking about whether he wants Farseer, Scorpion, Saber, or Wasp. Obviously, Scorpion is the traditional, this counters a sledgehammer, but it costs 300. Sledge is costing 100. You're just going to get overwhelmed if you try to beat it with Scorpions. Farseer could have helped against Wasps, Those are not yet on offer. Let's see what Apucci is doing with things. He's gone for a shallow crawler rather than a shallow mass-produced sledge. Does level both the steel balls. So this is looking very 2023 aggro. Get early levels into steel balls and have it accelerate out of control. Sacco, I think, was probably looking at could he do something clever with the wasps? And the way that Sacco plays, he certainly could exploit something with a wasp. I'm sure he's got the right techs on as well. But instead, he's decided to go for Scorpion to handle this side flank early and then engage with the main front. It should be able to pop this sledgehammer and turn around in time to handle that steel ball. He's also adding 2 wraiths to clear up all the crawlers, trying to ensure that the Scorpion gets to work on the steel balls. We'll see. For Apucci, a Phoenix is going to be aimed at the 2 wraiths. Now, a lot of people have said that they don't find Phoenix countering Wraith. I certainly think of it as a counter to Wraith, but you're right that it doesn't have the anti-air. It takes a long time to deal the hit point damage. You can see just how quickly these guys have the locks. They do, in fact, one Phoenix does, in fact, beat both of those Wraiths, but it's close, right? That last Wraith could have gotten the engagement it needed. Now, with techs, if you go into a full, and Apucci is running a full carry Phoenix from deep tech, he loses out to 2 fangs. Are you kidding me? Get your close-up, boys. You deserve it. Look, they even have the logo on the shield. Let's go, Little Fang. 2 Little Fangs that could. And both players taking redeployment. This is, I've said it many a time, redeployment with a Rhino is the thing I am most afraid of seeing in Sacco's hands. I would have nightmares trying to defend the things that Sacco can do with a level 2 Rhino that can redeploy and a mobile beacon. Instead of doing the brutal let's exploit lanes, he's going for let's take out the Scorpion. Scorpion does 10,000 damage per shot. The Rhino is kind of right in its face with 38,000 hit points. And at a 4.5 second reload time, it's going to take it 4 shots to take that Rhino down. That'll be like 13.5 seconds into the match. The Rhino, if it can connect with the Scorpion, will have punched through it and still have about half of its hit points. Sacco supporting the Rhino with a Wraith for chaff clear, so you can't just slap down a chaff in front of it. Also gave all of his Wraiths range, so they should be a little bit further back. That'll keep the Phoenix from getting those super early locks on them, unless maybe over here. Apucci leveled his Phoenix, takes a second Phoenix. Sacco putting in a sledge here. Apucci added these 2 sledges and the Phoenix. And redeployed this sledge. Redeployed the sledge on the flank, so it doesn't pay the summoning cost, and does get a good line at the tower. That is clever from Apucci. Is it going to work? Gets the tower in time. That lets everything else clean up. Very, very nice work from Apucci. That's a subtle thing. And Apucci gets a round win. He's dropped Sacco under 2,000 hit points. We go to round 5. Hit points are our research. We saw Sacco get taken deep by OnlyFangs, but stabilize at 234 hit points and win that game. Both players take the intensive training on offer here. What is getting intensived? Where? There's the redeploy. Sacco doing exactly what I said I was afraid of. And it'll be Rhino to the far flank. Unimpeded run at that tower. Wraith, new Wraith leveled, so level 2 Wraith deep. And some Wasps up front. So looking at the anti-chaff options that Apucci has, right? Sacco needs to provide some chaff so that the Wraiths don't get insta-locked, especially now that he's moved the Rhino. And he's basically going to use the Wasps to chaff for against the Phoenix. Oh, look at that. One Wasp on the flank, one Rhino on the flank coming after both these towers. And Pucci had to respect the Rhino, winds up with the steel balls in the middle of the board. The Phoenix getting locked onto the crawlers. Onto the Wasps. These Phoenix are going to try to handle Wasps. It's not going to go well for the Phoenix. On the outside, though, these Phoenix do protect against that level 2 Rhino, with the Rhino paying its summoning cost. The Phoenix get the job done for Pucci. This guy is level 3 and climbing level 4 now, after taking out the level 2 Wraith in the back corner. Lightning Storm and Laser Sights are the two that would tempt me. What is tempting Sacco? What is tempting Pucci? Shield Airdrop, if you don't think you can afford the Lightning Storm and you think your opponent is going to play it, Shield Airdrop might be a valuable choice. That is what Pucci will go for. We've talked about this, of course, the Shield Airdrop, basically 100 by skipping. Effectively costs 100. But it's worth more than the shield you get from a shield device here. It's 50,000 hit points instead of 40,000, and it comes back every couple of rounds. So it is always good value. And if Pucci was expecting a storm, he has protected against it. Sacco instead takes the laser sights, puts it on a Wraith, jumps drives, levels the Wraith, and then jumps it over to this corner. So he's got a kind of unimpeded run there. Pucci will redeploy a steel ball back into that corner where the Rhino was. Sacco pretty much knows that's going to be the play, so he has moved or sold the Rhino. Right? I don't see it anywhere, so I think he has sold it. And adds a crawler and a mass-produced sledge over there to pull these steel balls. He just kind of knows the steel balls are going to be out there. They should get completely distracted. Pucci has had good success with this sledge once. It's now losing, of course. Adds a new sledge on the backside there. For Pucci, he's also added Wraiths with Splash, so trying to clean up the chaff war. It's Wraith v Wraith out here, with the idea being that Pucci's Wraiths help his Phoenix get locks, but it does not turn out that way. Sacco gets the job done here in round 6 as he stabilized and turned the corner. Pucci down to 3,500. Sacco able to accelerate by selling the level 3 Rhino, or level 2 Rhino, and bought 8-gun. 8-gun beating 8-gun ranged Wraiths beating splashed Wraiths, unsurprisingly. Overlord for Sacco. At least having that unlocked, right, so that you can slap Photon Emission, because the thing that cripples a Wraith is having its techs turned off. New Wraith with intensive training. It doesn't even look like Sacco is going to sell that Overlord. He's just going to buy 2 more Wraiths. So, one level 1, one level 2. Healing on the sledges, plus 30% hit points. It gets them back to... well, they're not really back to full strength. Now he's undone it, in fact. Rethinking it. For Pucci, it's a Typhoon from the drop. 2 Typhoons from the drop. Anti-Wasp, I suppose. If we clear the Wasps with Typhoons, we have the ability to get our Phoenix on target. The Phoenix now have elite marksmen, so they're hitting even harder and at more range, especially this the level 4 and level 3, they're getting plus 15 and plus 20 range. So that is keeping them out of range of these wraiths. Right up until the main force collapses. Pucci wins on the right. Sacco wins on the left. Who will win the secondary encounter here? It's gonna go to Pucci. That drops Sacco from 1,072 down to 372. Pucci on the verge of the upset of one of the greats of all time. Pucci's so good in these weekend tournaments, and of course is the all-time weekend tournament wins leader, by my count anyways. Underground threat for Pucci, backside on that kind of exposed back end, right? It's easy to miss if you're not thinking about it. This is one of those, like, this late in the game, I don't think of underground threat as being very threatening. I almost always have the backside completely covered off. And just a single 100 cost sledge will take care of it, right? That's all Sacco has to do. He does have a Wraith almost positioned to play a defense there, but it is going to get drawn forward. Winds up taking a Wasp and a Crawler, puts them on the top left corner. I'm very, very worried for Sacco here. I feel like this guy gets pulled forward. Maybe some of the Crawlers run in and have trouble. Both the towers are leveled. It's level 2 and level 3. So the underground threat might take a good long while. One more pack of Wasps. And Pucci has just thrown out a whole bunch more sledges. Sledge in the back. This is the sledge I'm talking about to potentially defend against the underground. Turns out that wasn't necessary. This Wraith has been moved, so these guys have kind of an unimpeded run at the tower. Looks like with Wasps and Fangs together, Sacco will defend against that underground threat. He's got it covered. He's got it calculated. Now he's winning from the left side, and winning hard. Pucci might be in trouble if that level 3 tower doesn't go down, like, right this instant. Now, the Wraith, the Overlord is down. The tower is down. There's still some Phoenix left. And they have taken out... the Wasps have taken out the last remaining Phoenix, or tanked for long enough that Sacco's high-level Wraith will clean up. Round 8 goes to Pucci. Sacco was at 234 hit points against Onlyfangs. He's at 372 hit points against Pucci. Is this perfectly calculated? Haste module for Sacco. Goes on the left side, level 3 Wraith. Pucci's shield airdrop is back. Sacco sells out of the Overlord. So big money available. And at this point, he knows there's no spell. He's got double redeploy, so he redeploys into this formation. He knows that if there is ever a big spell, he can double redeploy and sell to get 3 of the 5 Wraiths back out of this. And not be in too much trouble for overcommitting there. Also goes for shield on the Wasps, adds a couple of Wasps as late arriving chaff from deep. The idea here, I think, is local superiority. Overwhelm this side, mobile beacon through, get both towers. And I don't see Pucci losing that, or Pucci winning that. I think Sacco will burst through here. The shield airdrop will be in play, but remember, these Wraiths are now doing 8 times 2600 from this guy, 8 times 2100 from this guy, every 1.6 seconds. So, you know, what is that? Let's call it 8 times 5000 every 1.6 seconds. They just churn through a shield like it's not there. Shield, a great resource against a early game Wraith to keep it from getting levels. Not great against these guys. They have the tower. They're working their way from left to right. Sacco looks unstoppable at the moment. It won't be enough to win this round. Apucci will get one more round to try and recover this, try and finish off. He's not going to have much, is he? Apucci at 729, Sacco at 372. We go to round 10. This is epic. And these are the two you want to see. The only thing I could ask for was if the system were set up so that these two could end up facing each other in the finals only. The number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed. That should be the way that a bracket is seeded. Force it so that the only way they can meet is in the final. But here they are in round 5 of this tournament. The Hexa final. We've got 6 remaining players. It's Worms. Worms for both players, and Sacco goes for the relatively cheap mechanical division. If you manage to kill my worm, I will have 4 larvae in its place. And all my worm and larvae will be preventing you from getting locks on the wraiths. There was no spell. That would have been the thing that Sacco was, obviously prepared for. He's prepared to commit into this. He was prepared to get the redeploy, to use the redeploy to get back out of it. Are you really picking up 2? No, he Control-Z'd back out of it. I think he was thinking those 2 plus photon coating. But instead goes for Degen Beam. That is, I think, the right choice. Apucci does also take Degen, so we're going to try to slow the push. Degen are lower level wraiths. Keep our lower level wraiths out of the fray, behind the lines. But the problem is, man, it's a level 7 Phoenix. It's done 375,000 damage, but it doesn't get to lock onto these high level wraiths anymore. It just doesn't get to do it because we've got these shield wasps arriving to get out in front of the wraiths. They're punching through towards that tower. They're in on the Phoenix. They've got the tower. They've got the level 7 Phoenix. Again, it's going to be Sacco sweeping from left to right across your monitor. It'll be Sacco sweeping his way into round 6 of this tournament. Apucci, one of the greats of all time, takes him to 372 hit points and falls just short. That'll do it. Sacco should be 2600 MMR at this point. Let's go. This Sacco guy seems a little bit better than average. Spider Starter wins again, but this is definitely not a Spider carry. He's sold out of them. Really switched into the Sledge and Wraith. Sledge is the chaff, Wraith as the carry here. So full carry Wraith with mass prod Sledge. And really kind of fascinating board because he's got 4 chaff down this side, down this flank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more chaff on the main board, counting the, well, goodness. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Is that 20 chaff from Sacco? I mean, 22 if you count the worms. It's literally everything on the board is chaff, other than the carry Wraith. The carry Wraith will do it all. That is just wild. Apucci never able to get his rates up from level 1 to level 2. And with Splash instead of 8-gun, they're doing a bunch of extra damage, but minus 30%, right? So it's taking, I think it's taking them a long time to chew through the healing sledges, especially once Sacco had gone to the 2 and 2 instead of the 1 and 1. The second level of hit points is plus 30% hit points, making a huge difference. Sacco, I think the decisive point in this one is, I was worried about it. I would have done more to cover that underground threat. Sacco had that beautifully calculated. to ensure that he doesn't lose, had a level 3 tower here, had a level 2 tower here, had just enough back there to not lose the towers, and was able to commit everything to the offense. Then he's using the double redeploy when he gets kind of the positive indicator that he can afford to do it, and goes. If I recall, or if I remember correctly, IIRC. We did get the expected results in the other two matches. So, Math is Might beats AWM. Your number 8 seed goes down to the number 3 seed. The favorites winning all 3 of these matches. As Rooster, your number 4 seed, beats Impertinent, the 28 seed. And number 1 seed Sacco beat number 2 seed Apucci. That sets you up a final 3. Math is Might will be facing Shadoff in the spoiler role. Shadoff, if you remember, was the number 1 12 seed, the original 12 seed, facing the original 3 seed. If Math is Might wins that, we will have a 7th and final round. Otherwise, Sacco versus Rooster will be your title match. Couldn't ask for better. 1v4 with the one having a shot at the tourney title. The 3 in the middle, like if I were setting it up so that I had an odd, seating odd, if I were setting it up, this is how I would do it. So that the middle seed plays the spoiler, top seeds plays the weakest surviving unbeaten. I think that's probably the most fair way to go about it. Park says, Rooster needs to win. I need more minor points. I mean, maybe he will. Maybe he won't. We'll find out in about 90 seconds. Congrats to those of you who bet on Sacco last time. You'll have an opportunity. You are playing Play Archer. I play Archer. All right. Let me crack open a cold iced coffee for this one. I'm getting overheated. I'm getting excited. I bet no spiders in this starter, is what Hackmanic says. Right. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We're about 30 seconds away from round 6. Number 4 Rooster versus number 1 Sacco. Rooster will be the near side and blue. Sacco will be the far side and red. Thank you very much for the follow, Emerald James. You have chosen a perfect time. Yes, these tourneys do give MMR. In fact, MMR gains and losses are accelerated for tournament play. Welcome to what could be our semifinal or could be our final, depending on the match. The Math is Might versus Shadoff match on the opposite side of the bracket. If Math is Might, the number 3 seed, can win that one against the 12 seed, we will have a 7th and final round. If not, this is your tournament final for European Weekend Tournament number 122. Greetings. A very Sacco-esque greeting from Rooster. Sacco Farside, quick supply specialist with, you guessed it, he takes the Tarantula start. Adding a pair of sledges to a Tarantula start, is that what I'm seeing? And Void Eye as well, so he's thinking about where he wants to put it. No, quick quick supply. So Hackmanic says it was quick supply with sledges, and then buys the two tarantulas. Thank you, appreciate that. I was busy welcoming in a first-time chatter. Emerald James, welcome in. And he just bought the tarantulas so quickly I couldn't tell which way it had gone. Giant Specialist for Rooster with the sledges and hounds as his opener. Crawler behind towers. Sacco, as has been his wont, coming at the unprotected side, relying on a couple of these guys to protect the weak side. Now, interestingly, against Apucci, we saw Sacco sell out of the turrets on round 1 and 2. In this match against Rooster, he does not unlock sell right away. Maybe he just bought the tarantulas so quickly. He was like, screw it. I don't need to think about that. But what he's going to do is the tarantulas and Void Eyes are coming at the weak side, the empty side over here, while the sledges vertical are going to be kind of a slow chaff, speed bump, whatever you want to call, just ensuring that his turrets on that side have plenty of time to work on things. He wins on the right, he wins on the left. You're expected to win round 1 as quick supply. Channel point predictions are up. Rooster, I'm afraid you are a 12.5 to 1 underdog. Sacco, the heavy favorite in local betting right now. That makes some sense. Sacco coming into this tournament with the 25.93 MMR, Rooster with 23.67, and Sacco has already cracked 2,600 on tournament play. To answer Emerald James' question more specifically, yeah, tournaments give increased MMR swings. So you are facing players from much wider ranges of MMR, right? So if you're 1,800 in this tournament, you could have drawn a match against Sacco at 2,500. You could have drawn a match against, the 94th seed, who's 1,500 MMRs. But whether you win or lose that match, the swing in your MMR is increased because it is tournament play. Tournaments are rated as more important than ladder play for MMR gain and loss. Smill says, tourneys take MMR in my case. I mean, it depends. It depends how good you are in tournament play, right? They are kind of, they're a sharp reminder that you play the game for fun. It's kind of neat, right? Because you will come up against somebody substantially better than you, and you're going to lose that game, right? Odds are. Unless you're Bratwurst, who managed to pull 2 huge upsets today, you're likely to lose that game, right? But it gives you an opportunity to see what a player that much better than you does. Are they doing some clever things with economy that you're not doing? Are they running a different tech bar than you're running? Why did that tech bar work against what you do? What could maybe you don't get to learn how to stop what they're doing, but you at least get to learn something that you could run potentially on yourself or the honestly you can get. Rooster takes a Rhino, I believe this is a Rhino drop to win round 2. Rooster's on 39.69, Sacco at 36.50. When we go to round 3, you get your first reinforcement drop. If you're new to the game, reinforcement drop 1 is guaranteed to happen in rounds 2, 3, or 4. Another reinforcement is due to happen in round 5, 6, or 7, and they cannot possibly be back-to-back, so you can't get unit reinforcements on round 4 and round 5 consecutively. Sacco adding a pair of wasps early and kind of has them in a core central position. It goes to a 4th tarantula, with the tarantulas having range. It is really common at very high level play to see range on your chaff clear by round 3. It's tough to afford when you are when your chaff clear is tarantula. Sacco has done it by selling out of both sledges. He sold a sledge on round 2, sold a sledge on round 3, winds up in 4 tarantulas with range as his 200 cost units on round 3 of this match. One of them even carrying a Haste module. Rooster picks up an Overlord. He's Giant Specialist. The unlock is free. The Overlord costs 500, so he's got Overlord and Phoenix. Well, I think Phoenix is from the drop, right? The Overlord and Phoenix on the right side. That should win. There's nothing over there that shoots either of those air units, so obviously Rooster going to win on the right. On the left, the Wasps get in on the tower for Sacco. They will clean up the Phoenix, but they are not able to handle a Overlord on round 3. That'll be a round for Rooster. Sacco down to 2983. Last 2 games. Reminder, we've seen him drop below 500 hit points and then storm through with the late game build. Man after my own heart, if you will. Build that storming, steamrolling late game comp and get it going. But, of course, the danger is I am not Sacco. I don't get to 2600 MMR because I get knocked out early a lot. There he is. He'll take the high explosive ammo on round 4, so 2 techs in those tarantulas already. And one of the reasons high explosive ammo matters so much, right? Splash damage obviously helps against any chaff unit, helps against hounds, it helps against sledge. But what it means is that even if you've got a bigger, tankier unit nearby, you splash it, now you're one of the contributors to it. So when a single target damage dealer like Marksman hits and finishes that thing off, the Tarantula can get extra credit towards leveling up, because every unit that has contributed damage gets part credit and gets to advance, or gets a share, I should say, to be precise. Gets a share of the experience from the kill. All you have to have done is 1 hit point of damage to get a full share of experience in the kill. So that is one of the reasons Splash helps so much. It's one of the reasons you want like 8 gun on a Wraith, so that they're damaging more units, get caught on fewer. Sacco does get through to the right side tower, almost gets it done with this Marksman. Marksman goes down to the second Overlord from Rooster. So, beautiful gold skin, love that thing getting its close-up view. Hackmanic wants to know the thought process of when to level up a boat. When you need the hit points to survive what's being dealt to the boat, or when you need the boat to win its local fight more quickly by dealing extra damage. If it's one-shotting everything, right? If there was anything in the boat's range that's, you know, more than 4,500 hit points, you might want to consider leveling it, right? The tarantulas obviously are high enough that you might consider leveling it for them. It'll be, well, with the oil coming for Rooster, Sacco is going to just jump back and around. That mobile beacon is actually pretty solid. Kind of a good read, right? Yeah, when you have the cache and no deployments is a good thing. When you are using techs that act as force multipliers, right? So Mothership doesn't depend on the level. The 5 Wasps are always level 1. The Photon Emission doesn't get any better for level. So if those were your 2 techs, there's not much value in leveling an Overlord. If you're in chin gun, range, launcher overload, those kind of things, there's definitely value in leveling an Overlord. Sacco doing some great pulls in the corners to try and buy space and time. Mobile beacon to go out and around and just avoid the Overlords does good work. He'll get both towers, but problem, there are so many Wasps left for Rooster that our Marksman gets stuck on Wasps. Ugh, disaster. Sacco able to clear the Wasps, not able to clear the Overlord. This guy is your gold damage dealer with 120,000 damage dealt. Anytime you mouse over a unit, you can get the stats on damage dealt for the bottom left corner. Always valuable to know. Some of the top players will use that to determine what unit I'm going to sell, right? If you are underperforming, I am going to sell you, right? So let's, as an example, you might look at this sledge and say, for doing 3,500 damage just wasn't worth it. You could also argue that, its value is in being hit points and being a wall, right? This guy, he did 492 damage. There's nothing to him. Like, this could be a valuable sell, a worthwhile sell target. This guy, gold damage dealer, gold kills leader. That one's you're probably not going to sell. It is one of the other thoughts on when to level something, Hackmanic, is I like to level the units that are surviving until the end of the round. In theory, there is that they give out less experience, right? One of the downsides to leveling a unit, it costs you 2x, it gives out 3x the experience, essentially, if you lose that unit. So you don't want to level your chaff that are out front because you're just tripling the experience that they're feeding to your enemy. You do want to level your carry unit that survives to the end of the round. Sacco has jump-driven his wasps to the way back. Rooster has AA on his, so he should win Wasp v Wasp all game. And in fact, he's got a interesting carry Wasp setup that's really designed to go behind, I think, behind a worm. This time, it's going to be Rooster winning on the left, Sacco winning on the right. Will that Melter get a lock? It does! Melter gets a lock on the fort as well. Sacco wins round 6. It had been looking bad for him. All of a sudden, he drops Rooster under 3,000 hit points. We go to round 7. 29-19 for your number 4 seed in blue. 21-83 for your number 1 seed in red on the far side. The boats are up to range and launcher overload now for Rooster. He's sold out of the fort. Sacco redeploying the Melter over with heavy armor. Just going to put a level 2 heavy armor Melter right in the face of that fort. Doesn't know the fort is gone, but, hey. If it's there, it's going to have problems. Is that Melter going to have problems? Maybe, because there are wasps with AA. But wait. Hidden sneaky tech. I talked about this way earlier in the day, where we saw a game where range, high explosive, and you really wanted mech rage for level 3, level 4 carry spiders. Here, Sacco is in exactly the situation that you would want AA. I can use the anti-aircraft ammunition on the tarantulas to help clear up these wasps like they're nothing. And, oh, by the way, funnel level 2 wasp experience right on into a tarantula, which will make good use of it. Rooster with a redeployment, making this almost a jump drive boat. Looking very Woot-esque with units on the line and a mobile beacon. Now, you and I both know that is not going to work because, holy smoke, there's a Melter in the way. Hello. Those boats have never even moved. Now, one of the risks of having AA on the tarantulas is they got engaged with the boats too early. They might not clear the wasps. That doesn't happen. That's well more than 1,000 damage from Sacco. He drops Rooster from 2,900 to 1041. He's won 2 rounds in a row. He looks in complete control. And Rooster with this hard-countered deployment out here, he's 2 deploys into that and really needs something to fix it. He'll take a pair of level 2 steel balls. You saw him do a redeploy. He just redeployed it slightly further back so it doesn't get hit by this melting point right off the rip. I don't know that that's going to make all the difference. He's added the 2 steel balls onto that front as well. Sacco, thinking about what does he want. We've seen him use Wraith to great effect. We've seen him use Rhino to great effect. I'm not sure that either of those is really valid on this board, but a Rhino through here could work for him. Instead, it'll be the steel balls. That's totally fine. Like, these are just kind of a strong chaff for Sacco, mid to late tanky chaff, if you will. Yeah, I was gonna say, don't I wouldn't want to see, like, the mistake I might make as in Sacco's seat, right? If I had somehow gotten to the point that I had Rooster on the ropes, hypothetically, then trying something new that wasn't needed, right? Like adding and trying to double tack into one of those drops when you don't quite have enough of them on the board. Instead, Sacco just doubling down on what he's got on the board lets these guys just 10,000 hit points apiece. Steel balls, that's great. They're going to slow something down whenever something gets locked on them. It'll be fine. Rooster using the steel balls much the same way. No text on them. They're just kind of over here in the way. The splash tarantulas will do really well against the steel balls. For whatever reason, Splash just seems to chew up steel ball packs. Melter, yes, goes down, but by then, Sacco has won the right side. He's won the left side. Sacco has beaten Rooster. He's 2607 MMR and climbing. How much damage did the big spider do? Well, you know, the level 1 over here did 6,800. This level 2 had a great round. It did 57,000 this round and 150,000 all game. The level 3 over here did 46,000 in the final round and 236,000 overall. Right next to him, only 21,000 this round, but 203,000 overall. So these two together doing almost 500,000 damage. Boom. 2,700 next. I mean, if anybody can, it's Sacco for sure by the end of a season. He's got 3 weeks still to go. Climbing, climbing, climbing. Now, the good news is, we're not done yet. Math is Might holds off, chat off, beats the spoiler roll to create a 7th and final round. Math is Might will be the final hurdle between Sacco and Weekend Tournament Glory. There's no money on the line, just pride, baby. Just pride. So the tournament might have started slowly for Sacco. I don't think K5Q was much of a threat. Q was the 100 and what would it have been, like the 102nd seed or 103rd seed of this tournament. That was probably not a threat for him. Chiba Gold didn't even ready up. Then 21 seed, 2 seed, 4 seed, and in round 7 he'll face the 3 seed. So he'll have come through the 2, 3, and 4 if he wins this entire tournament. Should be fun. Let's see, is there another good match ongoing? Let's take a look at Eimer and Doxson. They are both strong players. Eimer the 9th seed originally, Doxson the 15th seed originally. Congrats to those who took Sacco at the end of the day. You guys had him as a 1.25 to 1 favorite, taking Rooster the 5 to 1 underdog. You guys have paid out. Again, a reminder, we're having a short stream today. Thank you guys to... thanks to those of you who support through gift subs, subscribing yourself, all the follows appreciated, all of you tuning in on YouTube as well. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you all. It's a short sub or a short stream so that Kiddo and I can go off and do some stuff together today. I won't be playing in the Americas tonight. I don't believe. I might be back on a bit of Sunday. I was hoping to get a 2v2 tournament in. We're still trying to figure out where, if Kiddo is going to be at a friend's house or not. If so, that leaves me open to do 2v2 tomorrow. 2v2 stuffs. If not, then, you know, I'm going to be with my kid. Hey, sometimes being a dad comes first. Eimer, 9th seed overall, is down to 1,600 hit points. He was the advanced group champion for August. So last week's tournament champion. Eimer, we never did get to cover him. Didn't get to cover him this tournament. I do kind of regret not doing that before he had a stumble. Of course, I wasn't expecting him to stumble at round 3, which, oh, kind of disappointing when you're the defending champ and run into trouble. Dachshund, of course, the 2v2 European champion. So 2 European champions facing each other at the moment. Let's see what's going on for a moment here. That is a victory for the dog in chainmail. Eimer, the defending champion, goes down twice. 7 hit points too many. And the dog getting the bite. Let's go. Bratwurst. Bratwurst took another upset today. He's beaten. Okay. He's beaten Arctorius, Demandrid, Dachshund, and Apucci. His losses are to Apucci and Play Archer. So, I mean, your only losses, Bratwurst, your only losses are to 2 of the top 13 seeds in this tournament. The 2 seed and the 13 seed. You have taken the scalps off of the 2, the 14, the 15, and I think Demandrid was like 52nd or something like that. So, it's not. Bratwurst has only lined up against somebody who's not top 15 once this entire tournament. What the heck? Yeah, no, he does not chat during tourney. He focuses. He'll show up during regular. He's here for Fun Friday. He's here for the. Oh no, he is here. He says it was a lucky tournament. GG's, man. You've been playing out of your gourd, son. Well done. That is something. 1,000,000 minor points, deservedly so, and likely to be facing. Well, you'll be facing high-low at this point, so you'll be facing not Salt Monkey. Salt Monkey will dodge you. It'll be whoever's one above that, I think. Actually, no. You'll be playing up. You actually will be facing Salt Monkey in your last match, you guys. Salt Monkey versus Bratwurst, I think. I'm gonna run our. Sure, I've had a couple of hacker wins. I was thinking I might put together a YouTube of a couple of them. There were some silly hacker wins in the last couple of days. All right, we're going to run our ad now. We will be back in time for You have an open point on your bingo card. I have played no hacker today. All right. We're going to run a longer than normal ad so that we guarantee your final will be uninterrupted. No mistakes. Nothing doing. We'll be right back after ads. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the final. Math is Might versus Sacco. Number 3 versus number 1. Coming right up. Yeah, North American tourney timing really suits those of us on the West Coast. It's perfect timing for West Coast US. It's actually pretty late for the East Coast US Phonics. So it starts at 9 p.m. East Coast and runs through midnight on, okay, it's a Saturday night, people can afford to stay up, but it's not ideal. It's pretty horrendous timing, exactly. Woot! I got here just in time for ads. I'm sorry, son. No, Bratwurst's having a great day. He has beaten a whole bunch of good players. Play Archer 5-1, beat your mom, as well as Egophobic. But other than that first round loss to Not Sure, who's like 62nd seed or something, that is rough for him. This is our original 35 seed. The original 35 seed Chaos Warmaster beat Ego, beat Captain, lost to Math is Might. Ray Unity was having a great tournament from the 42nd seed, but lost back-to-back in rounds 4 and 5. Dachshund has only losses to Bratwurst, but hasn't had to face anybody really at the top end of the stick until facing the defending champion Eimer. Camos has had a pretty good one, lost to Park in round 3, but has come a long way since, beat Cenarion last round out. Rooster, you were the number 4 seed overall, had beaten Shadoff, had beaten Park. Impertinent was the 28 seed, so that was a relatively easy match, and then Sacco was a brutal match and knocked Rooster from contention. Math is Might has beaten Illuminati, has beaten what's this Zhao Hong? I think this was he didn't face Zhao Hong though, AWM did. So who did he face? Who was his opponent here? Oh, this was Chaos Warmaster. So Math is Might beat Chaos Warmaster in round 4, beat AWM. So Chaos Warmaster was the 35 seed. Illuminati was the 16 seed. AWM was the 8 seed. Shot off the 12 seed. And of course, Sacco's run has been impeccable with Chiba Gold, the 17 seed, didn't even want to face him. 21 seed Onlyfangs almost took a game off of him. The number 2 seed Apuchi almost took a game off of him. The number 4 seed Rooster had a lead a little bit, but got crushed in the end. So we go to this match. Math is Might versus Sacco coming right up. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We will put a prediction up. Let's get that done right now. Wait, who is topside? Who is blue and who is red? Math is Might is blue. Okay. Good. You can hear the walls and stuff deploying into place. Channel point predictions are up. Popcorn is ready. Ads have been run. Let there be no interruptions. It's time for the final of Weekend Tournament European number 122, the first tournament of September, the 1.7.2 patch, with a whole bunch of balance changes, including the Weekend Crawler. Math is Might, Nearside Blue, Cost Control Specialist with Fang and Sledge. Sacco, Farside, Red, your number 1 seed overall, the only player above 2400 MMR in this tournament. Wait, I'm sorry, the only player above 2500 MMR in this tournament. Excuse me. The only player above 2600 MMR in this tournament. Congratulations on breaking that threshold. Let's go. Sacco, Farside, is going to be a training specialist with Tarantula, Crawler, and Void Eye start. Trains up one of the Void Eyes, so it's level 2 to start. That thing will be doing 2,000 damage per shot per Void Eye, so 6,000 damage per volley into whatever you might be using to try and slow it down. Math is Might. Now, Math is Might is, Alpha Titans talked about him. It talks about him as one of his favorite players. Cost control specialist. But what Math is Might is really good at is identifying the cheapest or most cost-effective solution to a given problem. Now, I think he has been maybe a little bit reliant on Vulcan, which got a heavy nerf in 1.7.2. So we'll see if that is still one of his preferred units, or if he's adapted to that change really, really quickly. Sacco, as has been his wont all day, taking the Tarantula opener. Every match we have seen him in, it's been a Tarantula opener. He's even managed to win the Tarantula versus Saber duel against Onlyfangs. That hasn't always stuck with the Tarantula. Remember, he pivoted out of Tarantula as his chaff clear and into the Wraiths against Capucci. Round 1 goes to the Tarantula. The Spider is strong. Hero Spider gets the close-up. The 24 is backwards. Did you guys see that? There's a mirror-imaged texture that shows the 24 backwards. That's funny. Math is Might, mass-produced Sledge. We saw Sacco opt into a mass-produced Sledge instantly against Apucci. Math already had 2 sledges on the board. When you take mass-produced Sledgehammer, some interesting things happen, right? Sledgehammers now cost 100. The hit points and attack are down. The ones you already had on the board still sell for 200, right? Selling price is 100 for this one that's new. Selling price is 200 for the original one. But its stats do get reduced. So you might wind up, sometimes you'll skip mass-produced Sledgehammer because you don't want to weaken the ones on the board. Sometimes you might want to take it and then sell out of the 2 that you had. And just kind of using them, you sell it for 200. If you're just using them as chaff anyways, as kind of a speed bump or a roadblock, you can sell it, rebuy it for 50, the 50 for a mass recruitment, rebuy it in the exact same spot and be plus 50. Right? It's a slow economy advantage, but it is an economy advantage. Both players picked up Phoenix this round. Sacco picked up 2 of them, so it is Phoenix Tarantula, and they are off and running. Will he be ranging the Tarantula on round 3? That's kind of the key to, is he going to be committing into them? Key to reading whether he's committing into them or not. With the Phoenix in this position, I think he probably is. He does run Jump Drive, but no shield. So Jump, Charge Shot, EMP, and Range is the Sacco bar. And he, I like to run my Phoenix as ranged. Sacco is deadly at identifying a vulnerable spot, jumping a Phoenix in to exploit it, and getting the job done there. Instead, we're not going to be ranging the Tarantulas. Instead, we're taking a intensived, itemed Tarantula and putting it on the right side. That's just rude, sir. That is just mean. Is there a good, cheap answer to this? No. It's got 26,000 hit points. It does 1,700 damage per shot every 0.6 of a second. And, if you're going to be committing techs to the Tarantulas anyways, you're going to want to, any tech is just going to accelerate this thing. Brutal. Yes, if he ranged the spiders right now, the plus 40 meters would put them at 120, which puts them and the Phoenix at exactly the same distance. So it is somewhat... It's actually deterministic what you'd engage with, because the Phoenix, if they're engaging a ground target, they will have to move because the range includes the vertical. So it's measured on the hypotenuse of the triangle, not the ground distance. So your Phoenix do have to move slightly in front of your tarantulas to target a ground unit. So they would be the preferred target. So you probably do want to range both of them at once. It's a very good point, Hackmanic. Even without that, Math is might able to take the laser sight Phoenix, and that helps him clean up. Also, mostly just having had enough weight of sledge on that side. Math goes for the melting point drop. Hey, if you're going to give me something that handles 23,000 hit point unit effectively, I'm going to go ahead and take it. Right? I said he takes the most cost-efficient thing. This might not be the most cost-efficient thing if you had to unlock it for 200, buy it for 400, and range it for 300. But when you can drop a ranged melter on the board for 400, 100 for the drop, 300 for range, that is suddenly a very economically efficient way to approach this problem. He'll also add these 2 sledges. Those are his mass-produced sledge. And play in defense. Sacco has unlocked Cell. He's sold out of both sides' turrets on round 3 and round 4, I believe. Not selling units, just selling the turrets so far. Took the drop Phantom Ray, but hasn't sold it. There's no honest answer to a Phantom Ray on this side of the board. He's going to force Math his might to buy an honest answer. Mr. Quackham's just learning, I think, that range includes vertical distance. It is odd what details devs consider important. The math on a 2-dimensional versus 3-dimensional is way cheaper. So it used to be the case that games would almost always measure only ground distance, but Fairlight actually does projectile ray tracing in the game. This is one of the reasons that we've talked about the game being inefficient in terms of like hyper optimization of a game for for performance on low end PCs. We're actually ray tracing each projectile, and you'll see sometimes they get intercepted. This is to determine whether or not the shot is intercepted by a barrier or etc. And that's one of the reasons I think that mapped terrain in maps would work in this game in a way that it's difficult to do in a lot of other games. And it's one of the reasons I wish that we had done ray tracing interception for defensive walls instead of allowing units to really just target them directly. Like, just ignore the wall and target the next thing. If a Stormcaller volleys over the wall, that hits. That's fine. Like, there's no reason a Stormcaller should have to stop and shoot a rapid fire, shoot a wall. There's no reason a Phoenix can't shoot over a wall or fly past a wall. But to make the walls work the way that they do, they're actually infinitely tall. Fun fact. They are much taller than their impact coordinates are much taller than the wall itself is. All right, mobile beacon tarantula. We're leaving spider mines and running away with the tarantula here. Fun. This is one thing I have not tested. I will have to go test in testing ground at some point, is whether a spider mine improved firepower control increases whether improved firepower control increases the damage of the spider mine. I think not. I think the spider mines are considered their own unit. Yeah, they're considered their own unit. They're not touched by that. You can increase them, of course, by increasing the attack enhancement. But they don't carry the item with them. We can tell that just by clicking on them, right? Oh, that's fun. It's you can clear the spider mine's total damage dealt. This spider mine only existed for this round. It has no total damage dealt. Melter doing its level best, but man, that is a lot of spider mines coming at it. It eventually gets blown up, and Sacco will win round 5. Mathis might dropped to 32-30. We go to round 6. We've got a deployment module. Hackmanic wants to know how to fact check the height of the tiny wall. We've got a deployment module on one of the sledges that we're bringing over to the far right. And note that over time, he really has, Math really has done what I was talking about. He's sold out of these two original 200 cost sledges. He sold out of them to buy into the 100 cost ones in the same spot, almost the exact same positioning, right? Sacco is going to be mobile beaconing around the oil again. He doesn't mind leaving the spider mines. He had guessed last turn. I think this mobile beacon with the tarantula running away was actually a guess to avoid oil. Might also have been just avoiding the melting point. Math going to 4 multi-melts. So he's one of the few that is running multi-melt at this super high level into this kind of board. Let's see if it works. I don't like it. It's 1/6 the damage per beam. I think there are more effective ways to deal with stuff. If you've got to multi-target, in my opinion, you needed something else to deal with the things that you're multi-targeting. This is a really inefficient way to deal with the bombs, the mines, but it's working this round. He's got it done this round. Maybe that's all he needs. The Phoenix get an outside tower, but it's 3 giants surviving for Mathis Might. That's a lot of damage, dropping Sacco almost half hit points. He's down to 2173. We go to round 7. Sacco adds storms. This is the canonical 700 MMR answer, is take storms and put down EMP. Now, Sacco is not even running EMP on the bar for Stormcaller, but if you are at 700 to 1000 MMR, it is potentially one of the ways to deal with melting point. As soon as you can lock onto them, EMPing them turns off the key techs without the range, without the energy diffraction, without energy absorption. They are not scary. You can totally deal with a melting point, right? They've only got 30,000 hit points. Like, this thing has 26,000, right? Like, in a straight fight, outrange them and delete them without their techs. They're not terrifying. Instead of running EMP on the storms, he's going to run EMP on the Phoenix. Sacco is. This is where that Apucci-style bar with Elite Marksman to get extra range could really help, where Sacco is a little bit hindered by the fact that he's got Jump Drive on the bar for this particular build. Right? We've seen him make all sorts of things work. We'll see what he gets up to here. But instead of going for EMP on the storms, he's gone for high explosive anti-tank. Doing a whole lot of damage. These storms are going to do 3,000 damage per shot. Each volley has 16 shots, right? Four shots from each storm. So that is, count it, 48,000 damage if all of the missiles land. This guy, for example, just took about a third of his damage on a single volley, all of them landing. Again, he takes about almost half his damage on that volley. Goes down eventually. The Storm's also handling all of the fangs that were costing the Phoenix. As soon as the Phoenix can connect, they EMP the melters. Sacco wins handily in round 7 and drops Math's Might down to 1826. He'll take anti-interference module. Well, advanced targeting is tempting when you're already in multi-melt, but I think you have to take an anti-interference module because we've just talked about turning off the melting point techs is critical, right? So here is I am not going to get turned off. There's also an electromagnetic impact this round. Happens to be landing right on that guy. We'll shield the other melters. This melter probably needs a shield. This melter might need a shield. We'll see what Math's Might decides he can afford. Yep, he's going for all of them. Sacco rethinks the electromagnetic impact here. If you're gonna take the anti-interference module and put it anywhere, it was gonna go on the level 3. So we might as well turn off the techs on the laser sight one that is not, we know can't possibly be carrying the anti-interference module. Might as well shoot that one. As it turns out, all of them are shielded anyways, and the anti-interference module is still around to protect against the Phoenix later. Math still has 1200s to spend. What all are we buying? 3 packs of wasps with range. So wasps with range to chew up the EMP off the Phoenix. Now we know Sacco has anti-aircraft ammunition available. Obviously he hasn't teched it this round. He'll be able to tech it next round in answer. So this is not a knockout. Meanwhile, Sacco has taken loose formation. That does not help him at all against the melters. Does it? Maybe it does a little bit because the melters have that 3-meter splash. Maybe the splash actually was making them a little bit quicker at chewing through the... I think it actually was, you know. Loose formation seemed to help the crawler clear. Now, obviously, at the end of the day, it's the wasps getting through and chewing up the Phoenix that is going to win the round for Math's Might. Sacco down to 338 hit points. Can he pull it out one more time? We've seen him come back from 234. We've seen him come back from 372. Can he come from behind one last time? Or has Math's Might solved the equation that is beat the 2600 MMR number 1 seed? Leisha says, Sacco's got him right where he wants him. It'll be, there's range on Wraith as the answer maybe to the wasps, rather than anti-aircraft ammunition for the tarantula. The jump drive tarantula moves into this spot. Both players still have 2 deploys. It's 3 more Phoenix for Sacco. Gonna rely on the Wraiths getting the clear. Three more wasps with aerial specialization for Math's Might. So he's correctly countered the Wraith by giving the wasps extra range. Takes a level on a wasp. Is this it? Is the AA play into blind, right? Into the huge investment in Air Force that Sacco has just made. Is that the key? Sacco's got a lock. One of the Wraiths is locked onto. 2 of the Wraiths are locked onto. The melters are not turned off anywhere. None of the melters getting locked. 1 now. 1 has been hit. 2 have been hit. Right side, a disaster for Sacco. Or left side even. His right. Math's Might gets it done! The multi-melters, I panned them when he chose them. What do I know? Mathesmite has beaten Sacco in the tournament final. Congratulations, Math. You are European champion. You've also just beaten one of the greats of all time. I hope you, sir, are grinning ear to ear right now. Walk proud tonight. You are our tournament champion. Congratulations. Congrats also to those of you who took Mathesmite as a 4-1 underdog. What a game. Boy, peoples. So this Melter just got out of control. Did 396,000 damage over the course of the game. Did 108,000 on the last round. The wasps were, they don't look like they did as much damage. This guy did 28,000 on the last round, 18, 13. But the real key here, I think, is the wasps stay back just a little bit with the aerial specialization. Maybe Sacco wins this round if he clicks anti-aircraft ammunition instead of taking the Wraith drop and trusting it, right? Like, that would be a really interesting line to try, right? Did the Wraiths add anything? Is it as simple as take the 3 Wraiths and leave them untech'd? Take 2 and sell 1? But either way, just like fund the anti-aircraft ammunition on the Tarantulas. I think that would wind up beating what Mathesmite actually did. The question is that actually reasonable given what Sacco was seeing? And he was, at that point, he was seeing three wasps with range. Tough to tell. Tough to tell. Wraith with range should beat wasp with range, but it doesn't beat wasp with aerial specialization. Tough, tough, tough. Yeah, Melter was a very good pick for Math. It was the right answer to the problem he had, and then he just took the line. He kind of accelerated the line all the way. Park versus Salt Monkey is our last match in progress. Hackmanic wants to see me try it out in the replay. Okay, we will try it in the replay. We will try it in the replay. Hackers, of course, Shira, are a very good answer to mined tarantulas. That's actually one other thing. The Melter, I think, pushed Sacco into the spider mine line. He had not played the spider mine line in any of the games that he won. It was a different line for his tarantulas. He wasn't relying on splash, right? He was relying on spider mines. Oh yeah, spiders will obliterate wasp, Hackmanic. It's true, and that won't have changed. There's no reason that would have changed on the intervening patches. The problem is, I think that last round came down to rock, paper, scissors. And it's going to be easy to pick a board for Sacco that beats what Math did. Right? Maybe not. It might not be. It might be a stronger board than I think it is. But I think what we're going to find is, like, there are ways Sacco could have won that last round. But they kind of involve knowing what Math did. Right? Zach here on the far side is a triple-tacked Vulcan Marksman. Still making Vulcan Marksman work with Smart Marksman and a Quick Supply Specialist. And burning Arc to 119 hit points. Last round, I imagine. Zach finished this off to go 5-2. Don't tarantulas eat wasps in real life? A heck of a question. Do we know that? Anyone? Even with the melters, Park is not able to get it done. Salt Monkey is going to win this last round. And Salt Monkey is going to go 5-2. GG's, my friend. Well played. 5-2. This patch did suit you. You did gain some MMRs over that tournament. Well played. That is our tournament complete. Congratulations to our champion, Math is Might. Hey, look, your 35 seed comes in second. Egophobic says it was, says Chaos Warmaster here is an alt, but we don't know of who. Play Archer, your original 13 seed comes third. Sacco technically should have come second after losing the final to Math is Might. Clicks the abandon button and that drops him to fourth instead of second. Again, for Sacco, it was all about either win or the championship or not. Bratwurst, deservedly fifth. What a day with wins over Arctorius, Dachshund, and Apucci. Unfortunately, given a bye in the last round, but that did guarantee fifth place without having to fight for it. Congratulations, sir. Shadoff in sixth. Apucci comes seventh after losing to Bratwurst in the rematch. AWM comes 8th, Celador, Eimer, Salt Monkey, a Rooster, and the Dog in Chainmail rounding out the top 13. We will, as is tradition, show you all the way down to about 50th for those of you who are performing above your normal level. Congratulations to those of you who had great days. K5Q, for example, coming up off the very bottom of this group to go 3-3 and finish top 25. That's a hell of a day, sir. Well played. Ray Unity 1 as well, had notably having a good day there. Your mom placed 34th, apparently. Good to know. Thanks. And that is it. That is your top 50. A couple of folks that abandoned. Congrats again to our top 3: Play Archer, Chaos Warmaster, and Math is Might. You are the champion. Congratulations. Beats Illuminati, beats Chaos Warmaster, beats AWM, beats Shadoff, and beats Sacco. Congratulations, man. You are the champion. You prefer the Volvo driving soccer mom. That feeling when your mom is better at Mechabellum than me. Yeah, okay. Also, we'll check in on Laumamj, who comes out top of Europe, or top of Asia even, with a win over Agripnikoma in the final. They were the only two who finished with 6 or 7 wins. So that is an odd scenario in a tournament. I don't know exactly how that one happened. I really confused, actually. Guess who comes third? With these folks, Ray Unity 1 had a great run that tournament as well. A heck of a day. Bratwurst with a huge cheer. Sako drew, yes, we know Dad Smurf account. Sako drew Apucci, Rooster, and Math in consecutive matches. Bratwurst with a huge cheer. Thank you so much for the bits, my friend. You deserve that. I hope you are very proud of that top 5 finish. That is well deserved. Okay, 2v2, well, Tournament Americas is in just 2 hours and 20 minutes. I'm going to miss that, guys. I'm going to be off having fun with kiddo. We're going to be really enjoying some go-kart racing. Heck of a day, guys. Heck of a day. Do we want... I feel like we could go look at that replay from Sako's perspective and find ways that win that round, but I don't know that that's actually really valuable, right? Because we kind of know what we were going to see. I think the real bit there is that it's just pure genius of or luck, one way or the other, from Mathis Might attacking into the anti-air on the Wasps, committing harder to them when there was no counter to them, and that happens to beat the counter that Sako chose. You know. All right, guys, thank you so much for being here with me. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Without the subs, without the moderators, without the gift subs, without the followers, without the bitch cheerers, I would not be here with you guys. And you know, I'm just so grateful. I'm really, really grateful that you guys have let me do this for 2 years, have supported me in doing this for 2 years. It's become kind of a full-time thing. You know, it's not, we're not making bank by any means, but it's enough to, you know, that kiddo and I can go do a little bit of fun things. We'll probably do another ski trip this winter. Get to go do some go-kart racing today, and that's all because of you guys. Would not be able to do that for my kid without you guys. Thank you very much to our moderators today, Zalex, Bimpy, Whooped, and Salt Monkey Zach showed up for a bit before focusing on the game. Hardware support, of course, from Zach and Mr. John Thursday, Ocelotus Gaming, and Blue Feral. Without you guys, I never even get started doing this. You guys are the ones who believed in me early and deeply. I really appreciate that. VIP sponsors, Anabolica, Mike Tyson, Fab4, Ocelotus, Just Nash XYZ, Blue Feral, and Toast94. Really, really appreciate you guys. Thanks so much for everything. Good night. Wherever you are, enjoy the rest of your day. Good luck in the Americas tournament. I will probably be checking in on you folks by the end of that tourney. But until then, good luck and have fun. Sending you on to Apucci, because I know he'll be on through that Americas tournament, and I don't often get to raid one of my favorite Mechabellum streamers. Please give him some love and appreciation. He is looking back at his game against Sako right now, trying to figure out if there was any way he could have gotten out of that last round defeat. Good night. Thank you all for watching.